Testing 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 12, 14, 27, 53. Chad's an asshole. I need another coffee.
You are live, so just careful.
Yeah, just careful.
Sorry?
I love how you tell me that after the fact. New Holland combines are the best.
Keep going.
Andy, where's the mic?
Right here. Is that good there?
Good.
Hi, I'm Jim Wood, Chief Sales and Operations Officer for Rocky Mountain Equipment. Welcome to your first ever virtual clinic. At RME, Hi, I'm Jim Wood, Chief Sales and Operations Officer for Rocky Mountain Equipment. Welcome to your first ever virtual clinic. At RME, we're focused on providing you the support you need in order to keep your equipment running at its optimum performance. Throughout your ownership experience, we want to ensure that you receive the updates, the training, and the additional product knowledge on your equipment you require to make your farm operate more productively. I hope you enjoyed today's presentation, our experts' advice, suggestions, and our overall focus on your equipment and your relationship with RME. On behalf of myself and over 700 employees across Western Canada, I want to thank you for your business. Have a safe and productive 2021 season.
At Rocky Mountain Equipment, we start every day the same way you do. We get up early, say good morning to our lead farmhand, and check conditions for the day ahead. Because like you, we know that every day grows out of the deep insights and shared information that feeds this industry. From spring through to harvest, knowledge and understanding is what connects hands-on skills with in-depth analytics for the sustained success of everyone in our growing region. That's why RME hosts training clinics and equipment seminars in your region throughout the year. Our Ag Optimization Specialists are here to help you get the most out of your new and used equipment. We're more than just experts on the technology of precision farming. We're experts on how to optimize it for the unique challenges of your land and the countless variables you'll face every year. RME brings it all under one roof so that you can get the right answers from one reliable source. Even before delivery, RME is ready to help with equipment inspections, setup and training, and on-call troubleshooting and support. Our goal is to educate and empower you to become an expert on everything you operate. Precision tuning your operation means less problems in the field and better quality results at harvest. RME clinics include everything from hands-on mechanical work to software optimization for every part of the season. Our pre-season clinics cover a wide range of topics, including new technology advantages and how to integrate with existing equipment, subscription updates and correction signal accuracy, and auto steer calibration later in the spring. During the growing season, we're ready to help with anything that breaks down or starts to limit your operation. We're always available for phone, text, or face-to-face support, either in person or over the web, and remote diagnosis and tech support for late model equipment. Ask us about variable rate guidance and prescription confirmation, or join us for our regional Combine Clinic series with factory technicians and brand-specific recommendations to ensure you're harvest ready. At Harvest, RME provides the same flexible support options you need to maximize your year's results. Our ag optimization specialists are close by and available either remotely or on-site to help you have a successful harvest. In the postseason, RME can provide insight for your year-end data and make recommendations for next year. On the data side, our specialists can provide one-on-one interpretation of your seeding, fertilizer, and yield data, year-over-year performance comparison for deeper insights, and help confirm variable rate mapping data against your prescription. For your equipment, we can recommend adjustments to AccuTurn, sectional control, and geomapping for flags and boundaries, better blockage monitoring for even seeding, and automatic shutoffs and correction signal updates to reduce costs. Looking forward, we can recommend best practices for sharing data with your agronomist, potential equipment strategies to overcome weak spots, and winterization recommendations for a quicker start in the spring, all under our RME guarantee to protect your data and never store it or distribute it after viewing. When you bring it all together, you get a smarter, more efficient farming operation that maximizes your land's profit potential while minimizing your yearly effort. And that's exactly what RME was built for, to grow more success for our clients year after year, through shared knowledge and upgraded skills. Because it's not just about putting grain in the bin. It's not just about putting money in the bank. It's always been about putting food on the table, from your place to our place and every barn in between. The Ag Optimization Specialists at RME always see your success as our greatest success. So let's do something big this year, something great, and find out what you and your land are really capable of. Start digging into your real potential today with the experts at Rocky Mountain Equipment.
Okay, well, welcome everybody. Good morning. This is our third virtual clinic that we're holding this year. The difference now in Harvest 2021 is we actually have people in the building today here in Camrose. So to you at home, to you having a watch party at one of our branches, and to you guys here, welcome. We've got a full day in store for you. The idea behind our harvest clinics is obviously we're trying our best to make sure that your combines and your harvest equipment are working to the best of their ability, and you're getting the most out of your crops that you possibly can. So we've got, like I said, we've got a full day in store for you guys. We're gonna go, we're gonna have a couple commercial breaks where we'll break off from the harvest stuff, and we're gonna talk to the people at Libra. We're going to talk to the people at PLM Connect and some of the precision people from New Holland. So today, obviously, we've got the New Holland presentation, and I'm happy to Introduce Grant Milne. He's going to go over a few things with you here for the next few minutes. My name, I guess, is Chad Moskal. I'm the manager of AOS at Rocky Mountain Equipment. Many of you will know our AOS guys. Greg Law is in our Red Deer branch, and Steve Colburn up here in Camrose. So they're both in the building today. So anyway, with that, we're going to leave it to Grant, and go ahead. Thanks, Grant.
Thanks, Chad. My name's Grant Milne. I'm a cash crop specialist with New Holland. And at this moment, I'm going to go over the model year 22 updates that we have coming out on our combines. So we'll start at the beginning. Biggest thing that everybody's been asking for quite a while now is having our cross augers shut off while we're unloading our combine. So for model year 22, we will be doing independent control of unload auger and cross augers. So you'll be able to shut your cross augers off while you're unloading, clean out your unloading auger, and then continue on when you're unloading on the go. It will be standard on all 14,500 liter bushel grain tanks, which of course is 410 bushel grain tanks. Essentially what we're doing is we're going to run a split drive down here that's going to be able to shut down one and allow the other one to empty out. Secondly, we've improved this shield up on top of the clean grain elevator. We've had in the past a lot of, I'm sure you guys have experienced a lot of leak coming out of there, canola, whatever it might be. So we've changed the design of it from a straight flat angle, if you want to call it that, to what we're calling a labyrinth angle. So it's a little bit more uniform and conformed into the fit and design of that clean grain elevator. Secondly, we've boosted up some power curves on the engines, on the 8.9s and the 9.9 combines in particular. In combine harvesting, every crop behaves differently, so we had to increase the power performances of each combine per that crop. What does that mean? Small grains, up to 10% power rise, and if we're doing corn or beans, up to 14, almost a 15% power rise. Here's basically how it works. You can see in wheat, because wheat is a steady furrow crop, it requires higher power requirements. So we're giving you that boost for your wheat crops. It's not probably, obviously in canola, this isn't going to be a benefit, but in your heavy wheat crops, your 90 bushel, 100 bushel wheat crops, you're really going to notice a difference on that moving forward. Maximize capacity throughout the day so that you can always have optimum performance out of your combine. Improved airflow. So this is something that we've done for model year 22 to tag on to some of the improvements we did with model year 21. So we rotated the turbo inlet, improves the airflow over the engine. So down here you can see where we've rotated the inlet. The blow-off kit is redesigned to better clean the turbo off. As you know, the blow-off kit before, obviously the turbos where a lot of the heat is, that blow-off kit would sometimes distribute the chaff into the frame of the combine or actually create some sparks and fires. We've also reduced the surface temperature of the exhaust components. And the other big one that I feel is important is the stainless steel cover on the exhaust manifold. Again, before, the blow-off kit would blow that product up onto the exhaust manifold and create some other issues that we don't need for combines. Precision farming. So there's been a lot of updates to IntelliSense ever since the beginning of IntelliSense. Here, with several user interface and algorithm changes will make the IntelliSense feature even more performant. So what we've done basically is replace the ACS condition 1 and 2 buttons with two max ground speeds in field mode and cruise control in road mode. Okay, I'll get to that in another slide. I missed this one here too, which is quite important. Faster IntelliCruise responses. You guys all know right now, when you start out on a swath or when you come out of a headland, sometimes a little slow to react to the speed that you want to get to. We've increased that so that it reacts a lot faster now. Direct access to max rotor speed setting as well. Ranges tab accessible in the toolbox instead of dealer mode, which also makes it more easier for you guys to operate. Increase concave opening as a base setting. And then obviously the rice algorithm isn't all that important for us here in Western Canada. In cruise, so the IntelliCruise response, as I mentioned earlier, faster acceleration to improve overall daily output. IntelliSense will speed up faster to its max performance point or max speed point. So as I mentioned before, a lot of times coming to pick up a swath, it's a little bit slow catching up. It's going to react a lot faster the way you guys expect it to react. Keep going. Whenever a short overshoot in grain quality or grain loss, sample cleanliness occurs, IntelliSense will not immediate slow down. So as you know right now, if you've got a change coming up, IntelliSense starts to slow down. Now it'll just keep pushing through that until the combine makes that change. So here's, as I mentioned before, those two buttons have been switched over to max ground speed, field mode, dedicated buttons on the console. So these buttons right here, you guys are familiar with those for your two ACSs. Now they're going to be for speed. So you can set in predefined speeds for in the field or for road mode. I presume that you would use something like that on flat ground and on hill ground if you want to bump up your speed. Instead of letting the IntelliCruise react to it itself, you can just switch those two speeds. And there we go. Wheels and tires. This is more, I guess, for guys that are looking for LSWs that we're not shipping from factory. We can now ship the combine with, for lack of better words, a less expensive shipping tire so that it doesn't cost you guys that extra, a whole bunch extra money to go get a third-party tire at the end of the day. And this is slow. Header height control. This is one you guys are going to really like. It's a 5-point calibration now instead of a 2-point. It is going to take a little longer to calibrate, but at the end of the day, it's going to lower faster. And we all know that when we come into the headland and we're trying to lower the header down, it takes a little bit too much time for it to hit the ground before it starts to pick up, in particular on a swath. So now with the 5-point calibration, that is going to speed that up. And that's it for our model year 22 updates. Check with your local dealer sales staff member and ask them more questions, or if you want to talk with me at the end of the meeting, you can come and ask me more questions about model year 22 updates. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Grant. So we're going to be right back with John Thompson. He's going to start talking about feeder housings and feeders. We're going to take a quick little transition break while we get John up here. So we'll be back in exactly 1 minute. Okay, welcome back. Sorry for the quick little break. I do want to remind everybody, if you're at home or if you're at the branches, if you're at the branch, you will have an administrator or somebody who's going to moderate. Send in your questions. Don't wait till we get to that segment. If you have a question, please send them in to aos@rockymtn.com. And if you do that, we'll make sure that these guys get those questions and we'll go over those on air. We've already got a couple coming in. Again, studio audience, please, lots of interaction would be awesome. It's one of the things that we struggle a little bit with is getting that interaction with the virtual crowd. So you guys are here to fill that gap. So with that, to talk about feeders is John Thompson. Take it away, John.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm John Thompson, cash crop specialist with New Holland. Okay, so the feeder house on the New Holland combine. Oh, there we go. First of all, our feeder system is designed to feed the combine very efficiently. It's what we like to call matched width feeding. So what that means is the width of the feeder house matches the width of the thresher of the combine. Now, depending on the model of combine you have is going to depend on the width of the feeder house. We don't just stick one feeder house on for everything. So in the New Holland world, we have 3 different feeder houses right now that we are available. So we have our Class 7 combine, which is a 17-inch rotor. That combine would have a 40-inch wide feeder house. Our wide body combines, our Class 8, 9, and 10, have a 22, or pardon me, with the 22-inch rotors, have a 50-inch feeder house. The third feeder house goes with the CX combine, and it's a 60-inch feeder house to match the width of the cylinder in the CX combine. Either way, any machine, we match the width of the feeder to the thresher. So there's no transition where we need to funnel it down to get into the thresher. It's straight through. The other thing that we do is it's what we call an undershot design, where we feed the material out of the feeder house right into the bottom side of the rotor, and it takes it away and it's gone. So it's a very efficient feeding system. And this little illustration right here shows that where we've got the width of the feeder matches the width of the rotors, okay? So we have 2 different types of feeder houses on our rotary combine, and actually in the room here we have both here. This legacy machine over here has what we call the advanced stone protection system, or the electronic stone trap. And this new machine over here has the DFR system on it, or the mechanical system. So I'll quickly talk about both. The ASP system, we don't offer that from the factory anymore on the Class 8, 9, and 10 combines. But I am going to mention it because there's lots of older machines out there that still have it, so it is still a valid discussion. So what happens here is, what we're going to talk about here specifically is the stone trap system. So the way this system works is you've got this drum down on the bottom down here, and it feeds material up in like this. Now that drum down on the bottom is a solid drum. So what it's designed to do is take rocks and push them into the floor, and then there is a sounding board in the floor down here which would kick the door open. Now when that door kicks, it shuts down the feeder house, and then it'll alert you, and you have to stop and deal with the rock. Whatever it takes to get that rock out of there. What I recommend to do is use the feeder reverser and back everything out. Make sure you've got all your rocks and your debris cleaned out. And then you will raise the feeder house all the way up and reset the door. At that point, you need to lower the feeder house back down, and then you can restart the feeder house. And then you should be able to resume harvesting. You have to make sure that you lower that feeder house back down before you fire up the feeder house, because if you leave it all the way up, there is actually a cable that is tied to the back end of the door here over to the axle, which closes it when you raise the feeder house up. So if you leave the feeder house all the way up when you fire it up, and if there is still a rock or something stuck in there, there's virtually no stone protection. It'll just feed everything in. So just make sure you're aware of that. So what I like to recommend is just get into the habit of every time you fire this feeder house up, lower it down. On these feeder houses as well, this is your tension spring. This is your height adjustment here for the front drum. This is on the side of the feeder house. And then also make sure that this spring here is there and in good condition. That spring is there to hold the drum down and keep it from bouncing around in there. This is the DFR system that we will find on the new combine. Basically what it does is it puts this drum here between the feeder house and the rotors. It's a mechanical system with a sump underneath it. So when a rock comes in, it just pushes it down into the sump and you can just continue harvesting. You don't have to stop and deal with the rocks every time. It is a good idea to make sure you open it on a regular basis, especially if you're cutting on the ground or if you know you're in a rocky field. Okay, on this slide here, what we have is we're going to show the drive quickly. So right here on the left hand, this would be the right hand side of the combine. This is the drive belt for the DFR. There's 2 speeds on it, high and low. For the most part, I like to recommend we just leave it in low speed, or would be the 640 RPM setting. That pretty much works for everything that we're doing here. There is a slowdown kit if you need for peas, coarse grains, that sort of thing, which would drop that thing down to 550 to help prevent cracking and chipping of material. Come on, I'm too far away from the thing. Chain tension, this is the last thing I wanted to talk about here, and this applies to both feeder houses. This mechanism on the side here with this spring, you turn the nut down till the spring matches the gauge. That is the tension on the feeder chain. Make sure that that is checked on a regular basis and that you keep the chain properly tensioned. This little block here, now I mentioned it earlier, that one there would set the height of your drum. Follow the book settings for that. It'll give you a guidelines of how to set it for the crop that you're harvesting. The last thing I wanted to mention here that kind of gets forgot about is bent feeder slats. Make sure that you're dealing with bent feeder slats and that if you know you're in rocky land, or if you know you're dropping lots of rocks out of your stone trap, you should probably be checking your chain, make sure you're not bending slats. A bent slat will accelerate wear on the chain. It's a good idea to get them dealt with. Either take them out or replace them. If you have a couple in there that are bent, and you know they're bent, you're better off to just take them out and run without, and replace them when you can, than you are to keep going with a bent one in there, okay? And that's all I had for the feeder house. Thank you very much.
Okay. Better get on
You
camera.
want me back here? Okay. Sorry about that.
All right. Well, so thanks, John, for that. So we're going to go into, we're going to do this periodically throughout the day. We're going to give everybody an opportunity to ask questions, take questions that have come in from online. So I guess I'll open it up right now, guys. Is there any questions now? I know there was one up here about updates. What was your question earlier?
I was wondering if there's an update kit for the crossauger off and on.
Okay, so the question was, is there an update for the crossauger off and on? Is that correct? Okay, go ahead.
So right now that option is for model year 22, which is next year, and that's when it's going to start coming from the factory. At this point, there isn't one. Not to say that we might not look at it in the future, but to start with, no. I don't believe there is one in the works at the moment, but I mean, I don't know what the future holds for that.
Okay, is there anything else? Another question, guys? No?
I think you did ask about updates too. So always remember that software is always upgradable backwards, right? So your model year 21s or your model year 20 should be able to upgrade to model year 22 software. That's important.
Okay, so we do have one coming in from one of the branches, or sorry, this is someone at home, it sounds like. So 16TS16. Hello, I have a CR with ASP and FD70 in damp conditions. I seem to struggle with getting it to feed smoothly between the header and feeder house, more than other brand combines running the same header side by side. I am a custom harvester and run alongside all combine brands. I was wondering if there were recommended front drum settings or other things I can do to minimize feeder issues.
I guess the first thing I would look at is to make sure, now I'm not a MacDon rep, I'm not quite sure exactly how to set the MacDon head up exactly, but I can say this much. The transition area from the MacDon header into the feeder house, there is some filler plates that go on there, and this goes for any make of header, ours as well. Make sure that those match the width of the opening of the feeder house. So that would be step number one. Step number two, I guess, would be to make sure that you have the front drum set at the recommended height according to the book, depending on the crop that you're harvesting.
Okay.
Is there
anything else?
retractable fingers on that? Because your retractable finger timing would be important. too,
Yeah,
for
and
the
again, that's on the MacDon
Yeah,
head.
I'm
I
not sure.
can't really speak to that. I mean,
Okay.
that would be probably be up to the MacDon people
Yeah.
to respond to that. But from that point into the combine, I can kind of say that, because I mean that will apply with not just a MacDon head, but with any header that you would put on there.
Okay, perfect. So what we'll do to answer that question as well is we'll actually get back to you via email. We'll send that off to the MacDon people and see if they've got anything to add on that. So we've got another one coming in. When should I remove
Half lengths.
half links from feeder? Jane.
Very good question. I'm just going to back up on my slide here, because that's actually a very good question. Okay, so on this adjusting mechanism right here, where you see this number 1 here, in here there is actually, so that's the bolt that goes all the way through here. There's actually a little sleeve that just spins freely on there. As you tighten up the chain, this gap in here will start to close down. And when it closes down onto that sleeve, it's time to pull a half link out. That's kind of that's your indicator for a half link, is that little sleeve in there.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Believe, just checking, is that the last question? Okay, so that's the last question that's come in so far. Again, AOS@rockymtn.com. That will send those questions right into us. We'll get those answers as best we can. And yes, we'll move on to our next thing. And we'll just have about a 30-second little quick break here. Okay, everybody, welcome back. We're going to be talking now with Grant. He's going to go over some threshing and separation.
Correct.
Again, just a reminder, AOS@rockymtn.com. Send us those questions. The more we get, the more we can talk about some of the problems and pain points that you guys are having. So take it away, Grant.
Thank you, Chad. So quickly, we're going to go over threshing and separating. Of course, this is the most important part of the combine, right? That's the whole job of a combine, thrashing, separating. Simple CR thrashing system. As you can see for the knowledgeable folks out there, this is a S-cube rotor. Not to mention that most of our combines now are using twin pitch rotors, which instead of these longer rub bars here, we use shorter rub bars, which are about half the size of these ones. And on the twin pitch rotor, the rub bar runs all the way the full length of the rotor instead of using rub bars and separators. So in-feed system, pretty simple. Crop comes in the front, it's thrashed, it comes in through the front of the rotors, and then thrashed at the beginning of the rotors. This is the key to all twin rotor combines, is that the product comes in a mat, and all the thrashing is done right in this location here. So from there on in, it's just a matter of separation and discharge at that point. That's what makes the twin rotor work better over most other combines, is our thrashing is done basically at contact point to the rotors. Quick and simple and less crackage, less powder, less seed issues. Threshing, separating, again, these are the S-cube rotors. As I mentioned earlier, you can see the longer rub bars with separation bars at the back. Here's the twin pitch rotors that I talked about earlier. This is probably 95% of our combines are now being sold with twin pitch rotors in Western Canada. So you can see the smaller rub bars, more of them as they go back through the combine, and they're all the way the whole length of the rotor. Concave features, easily removed one piece per rotor, okay? So our whole concave comes out as one piece, and then in behind here would be the separator grates. In-cab concave clearance controls, so again, even if you're using a manual concave, not using IntelliSense, there's just a toggle switch off the right-hand side to change your height of your concave. And minimal tools required to remove it. No wrenches, just pull down the tabs, out comes the concave. Here's a concave that a lot of people are using in Western Canada. I don't know is there anybody here using that concave in particular? It's our Field P concave. So it is a bar and a wire concave. So it's got the big bars, plus it's got wires in it as well. Designed for peas and cereal grains. We have a lot of people leave these concaves in for all their crops. Peas, cereals, canola. Seems to be working in all those conditions. It consists of 17, because most of our combines are 22-inch rotors, not 17-inch. 17 bars that are 9/64 diameter wires with 14 millimeter wire spacing. So bars, 9/64 wires, and 14 millimeter wire spacing. Helps, again, all of our product fall down onto the sieves. Awning plates, so we'll put these in, that's a blank out plate, as many people will call it quickly, to help thrash out harder thrashing conditions of wheat or cereals or whatever, maybe even for that matter in canola. If you've sprayed your canola to straight cut it and found out it wasn't drying down fast enough, so you had to swath it anyway, a lot of times those pods are harder to thrash out, so you might want to put some awning plates in there, hold the product in there longer to thrash it out. So I guess that's the end of the slide portion, but I can talk a little bit further about thrashing and separating. Basically, the product, as you guys all know, John talked about it earlier with the feeder house being a 50-inch wide feeder house. So it's the same, it's a matching width to two 22-inch rotors. The key to that, though, is as the product flows into the bottom of the rotors, and I'll just go back to the picture of the two rotors. We'll use that one. So as the product flows into here, right here, we have our rotors separating in opposite directions, right? So then our product then is thrashed out right at the bottom of here. You can see the concave is right here. The key to all that is with most single rotor combines, the product will come in on this side of the combine, pretending that this is just one rotor, okay? The product will come in on this side of the rotor and not be completely thrashed out, maybe about 70%, 65% thrashed. So then it's got to wrap around to the right-hand side of that same rotor and use what they call their second concave or second module to help complete that thrashing process. So what does that do? Generally what happens in that process is that you end up with more returns because you don't get all the heads cleaned out as effectively as you want to get them cleaned out. Increasing returns increases damaged crop, right? Also, when you increase your returns, obviously you're taking and re-thrashing that product again, so you're repeating the process, which uses more power to operate the combine. The other thing that this process helps with, though, is that getting that product through faster obviously increases or decreases the amount of power being used at the time. Now, with the IntelliSense combines, what we've got now is movable vanes inside the rotor cages. So another part of the hard thrashing grain is that we can slow down the vanes on the combine, or on the rotor cage, sorry, to help hold the product in there longer so that we can thrash it out there instead of having to send it back through returns and come out. If the product is thrashing out easily, like say, canola, for instance, it seems to be our easiest thrashing product, we can open up those vanes, lay them down, and have everything pass through faster. So clearly, if we're slowing down the vanes, we're going to use more power to run the combine, right? If we open up the vanes, we're going to use less power to run the combine. The good thing about the IntelliSense there at that point is it's going to go back to the power supply. It's going to most likely speed your combine up when the vanes have opened up. So you're going to be able to thrash that product cleaner, faster, and you're going to be able to do more acres in a day. Clearly, when we come to some harder thrasher stuff, with slowing down the vanes, you're going to use a little bit more power, and it's going to take a little bit longer to thrash it out. But if you're not using a combine with movable vanes, what you end up doing then is putting in more filler plates, stopping, checking. You're more often checking that product or that combine out to make sure that the sample is coming cleaner and the heads are thrashing out faster. So even though the vanes are slowing down and doing that for you, you're still getting a lot more productivity during the day. I guess the other side of that, though, too, is one thing that a lot of people don't anticipate with our rotary combines is straw, okay? People always have that envision of the straw being short and not able to bale, not able to use for bedding for their cattle, for those people that are dropping straw. The other advantage of having all our thrashing done right at the front here is that we are pushing our straw out a lot faster. So we've had numerous, not to take away from our conventional combine, of course, but we've had numerous customers switch from conventional combines over to rotary combines because they are finding they're getting just as good a quality straw with the rotary combine as they are with the conventional combine. Does anybody have any tips, by the way, for thrashing? Anything that you guys do that, little tips? I don't know how else to explain it other than, okay, good enough. I guess at that point in time then, we'll move back to Chad and we'll move on to the next section of our program.
Okay, thanks, Grant.
Oh, sorry, you have a question?
If you order the IntelliSense, put it in afterwards,
On
vanes, will you still have the adjustable vanes automatically?
Yes. So, correct me if I'm wrong, John, but model year 21 combines are standard with movable vanes. And what we've done now is we've also changed the clean grain elevator to accommodate the grain cam. So that's one thing that I guess we haven't mentioned yet. We'll get to that later on, but there's a grain cam on there that actually takes pictures of the quality of the grain. And between the air pressure sensors adjusting and telling the IntelliSense to speed up or slow down because there's too much material, the grain cam is actually taking pictures of the grain to find out if there's a more MOG or less MOG. MOG is material other than grain, okay? So we want less of that, obviously, right? But the 21 combines have that new clean grain elevator to mount that camera on, and I believe they come standard with movable vanes now. Is that right? Okay, so if you're, yeah, 20 was the last year where it was an option, so 21 forward it's standard. So yes, simple answer to your question is you can make a 21 combine that's not IntelliSense an IntelliSense combine and make it a more productive combine. 21 and on, yeah. Perfect, great question. Any other questions, sorry, before we move on? Chad?
Okay, well, thanks very much. So coming up next, we're going to send it over to Chris and Jasmine, and they're going to talk about some Libra carts. So again, for you guys in the studio audience, stick here. We're going to play it up there. Hopefully the speaker is going to work at some point, and you should be able to hear it. If not, maybe they'll speak up for you. So take it away, Chris and Jasmine.
Telematics and support specialist here at Rocky Mountain Equipment. So here I have Jasmine Brodziak from Libra Cart here to talk about her product. So Jasmine, what can you tell us about Libra Cart?
Yeah, so this is Libra Cart here. It's just a small piece of hardware. What it is a tablet and smartphone based grain cart wing and harvest management system. So this box here just plugs right into the scales on a grain cart. And then it communicates through Bluetooth to a tablet or a smartphone in the cab of the grain cart. And it automatically detects every time the grain cart's unloading. It tracks the date, time, and weight of each unload. It also tracks where it's coming from, where it's ending up. So you can track which field it came off of. If you want to track which truck it went into, you can. And then where it's ending up. So bin, bag, elevator, that kind of thing.
Pretty intelligent little box.
Yeah, for sure. So there's one main mobile device in the cab of the grain cart, and that's the one that collects all the harvest data in there. You can have as many other mobile devices kind of listening in on the live weights within about 400, 500 feet. And that's handy for calibrating the yield monitor in the combine or just kind of checking up on things without having to communicate with anybody. And then if you want more information than just the live weights, we have that option through the cloud service as well. If you want the combine operator to be able to see all the transactions, weight transactions coming in and all the totals as well.
Cool, awesome.
Yeah.
We've got a couple questions. Do you want to get into that, or is there anything?
Sure, yeah, no,
Okay,
for
awesome.
sure.
So first question is, what is Libra Cart? How does it work? You kind of went over that, but
Yeah.
specifics maybe?
Yeah, so it's really, that's all it is. There's two connectors here. This is the load cell connector that plugs into the main cable coming from the load cell junction box. This is a 12-volt power cable connector here that can plug right in. So it replaces any traditional scale indicator currently on the cart, and you replace that with an iPad or an iPhone there. There's also a battery inside here that can power the load cells on just the battery if you don't want to have it plugged into 12-volt power. If it is plugged into 12 volts, it won't use the battery and vice versa. So kind of the best of both worlds there. You can mount it right onto the cart itself. So it's meant to be a wireless system and not having any wires across the hitch, easy to switch tractors, or you can leave it in the cab of the cart if you want. We're compatible with iPad and Android.
Going to that, actually, is there any operating system level that we need to be at? Is it just?
Anything in terms of iOS, anything sold today compatible. We're compatible with iPad 3 or newer. So yeah, anything sold today or the last 5 years is compatible. And Android, anything versions 4.3 or newer. So pretty much anything sold today as well with Android.
Okay. Next question is, can you export harvest data out of the app?
Yeah, so all the harvest data is saved into the Libra Cart app itself and can be exported at any time. So we have an email export option that can be just clicked one button and emailed out to whatever email address, however often you want, and opened up with standard spreadsheet software like Excel or Google Sheets, that kind of thing, and can organize it from there. We also have an optional cloud service. There's 2 versions of that. There's a free version that provides automatic data backup. So in case of a lost or damaged mobile device, you can put your data on a new mobile device and also view everything on the desktop web app as well instead of just the iPad. And then we also have a subscription version, which has a bunch of features on the desktop web app, like editing capability, so adding new fields or editing moisture. We have a bulk edit feature, archiving any fields that you're not using from year to year, or operators or crops. You can hide those in the list. And we have about 5 different harvest reports that you can filter and generate online. And then you can also sync multiple mobile devices together. So say you wanted the combine operator and the truck driver to be able to see everything that the grain carts app is seeing, so all the field totals and transactions you can. Or if you have multiple grain carts in the field, you can sync them all together so there's just one field total and shown that way.
Awesome. So next question, obviously I'm guessing this comes from somebody that doesn't have a scale system yet, but what are the benefits of using a grain cart scale such as Libra Cart?
Yeah, for sure. So the most obvious one being accurate harvest data. So knowing how much you've harvested, excuse me, in real time is obviously really helpful, knowing what to predict for the end of the year and as you're going. And with our system, it's no matter who's operating the grain cart, you know you're getting accurate harvest data because you don't have to hit any buttons, start or stop or anything like that. It's just automatically going to record everything for you. And with that, having that information gives you good insight to, on-field trials and decision making, like, what seed you're using, what fertilizer you're using, fungicides, that sort of thing. Also, another benefit is inventory management. So in our app, we can do transfers from destination to destination. So you can have bins, bags, grain carts, elevators all listed in the app and transfer from bin to bin or bin to elevator, kind of tracking that whole process and how much is left in your bin, how much has been sold, so you're not worrying about overselling grain. Also, a few other things, truck totals, never going over that truck overweight limit because we can track trucks and put the max gross vehicle weight in the app, so we can tell when the truck is almost full or too full, so we kind of warn you there, so you're not getting those hefty fines. And lastly, just the detailed harvest records for crop insurance, basically a one click of a button to send to your crop insurance agent, making the producers' lives easier and the agents' lives easier as well.
For sure, yeah. Okay, so last question. Is it compatible with any existing grain cart or scale or other systems?
Yeah, so as long as the grain cart has load cells or scales on their cart, we can plug our box in, and it's just simple plug and play. Depending on the system that you currently have, you may need an adapter cable, but in most cases it's just plug and play. And then you just mount this on the cart, get your own mobile device to use. And in terms of other equipment, people use this on fertilizer spreaders, TMR mixers as well. We also have a basic weighing system called Libra Express that kind of is not for any particular piece of equipment, but can do similar things like Libra Cart, just weighing loads or unloads and tracking whatever you want, kind of thing.
Excellent.
Yeah. Okay,
well, with that, I will admit I've actually installed a couple of these systems myself in the field. Very, very easy. Jan's not kidding when she says it's plug and play. I've done it, and very, very little input required. It just works, and it was quite impressive. So
yeah, it's a popular product for sure.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Jasmine.
Thanks
if you guys want any more information or anything, obviously you can go to Jasmine's website.
Yeah. Agromatics.com.
Agromatics.com. You can come into our dealership locations, anybody at RME, any of the AOS group. We are all pretty well versed in this as well. This is kind of our bread and butter in terms of the technology side. So it is our forte. Please ask us about it if you have any questions. And with that, I believe we're going to be handing off to, I want to say it was John Thompson. So we'll take a quick short break and we'll get you guys moving along. So thank you for tuning in. Thank you, Jasmine.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay, welcome back. So John is back. He's going to start talking about cleaning and returns.
Okay, thanks, Chad. All right. Let me just get to the right spot in the thing here. Okay, so the CRN, the CX Combine, the cleaning shoe is very, very similar between the two. In fact, in a lot of cases it's the same. What we've got here is it's a self-leveling cleaning shoe.
How'd it go?
The idea behind the self-leveling cleaning shoe is it keeps the shoe level on side hills up to, I believe it's 17 degrees, 17% slopes. By keeping the shoe level, we keep the crop mat even side to side on the shoe and don't have the crop fall to one side and then have it all blow off and lose our sample and start having losses. So that's the main reason for that. There is two different types of cleaning shoes here, and we actually have both here today. If anybody wants to see the difference between the two, we can kind of go a little bit more in depth here, but this should show it on here as well. What we have here on the this system right here is what we call the OptiClean cleaning shoe, and that is what is in this new combine over here. The other system that's over here, this is what we call the aggressive shake cleaning shoe, and that's in this older machine over here. Both work very well. The OptiClean cleaning shoe has been the shoe that we've been bringing over from Europe. So it's in the Belgium-built combines. And it's also in the CX combine as well, too. The aggressive shake shoe is the shoe that we had for many, many years. It was built in Grand Island, Nebraska. Was optimized more for corn, but then set up for wheat, is what they basically had done, is they modified it to work in wheat, and it worked very, very well. The OptiClean system is designed for small grains. So it is actually a true small grain cleaning shoe. Basically, the difference between the two is how the grain pan shakes. If you were to look up the back end of the combines, both of them would look identical. They're both self-leveling shoes, and they both look identical. The sieves are the same, the sieves are actually interchangeable between the two. But the grain pan shakes in the opposite direction on the OptiClean system. So what that means is on the aggressive shake shoe, or the older shoe that we used to use up here on, when I say up here, I mean in Western Canada, on that shoe, the grain pan and the top sieve all shake as one unit. Whereas on the OptiClean shoe, the grain pan shakes the opposite direction of the upper shoe. So it does this. And that shoe has been more optimized for small grains, and hence that's what we've been selling here for the last few years. So it's been a very good cleaning shoe for us. All right, now on these shoes, there is a tailing system where we have these doors, and I've got a couple of them here with me. These are your rethrash doors that go in. As you can see, I don't know if you can see it there or not on the camera, but they are a mirror image of each other. They're not the same. So there is a right and a left here, and we have to make sure we get them in the combine the right way. Now, from the factory, we don't mark them, unfortunately, but the dealer here has been good at marking them for you, right and left and top, so you know which way to orientate them and put them in the combine. Now, if you don't have that, and you're looking at them going, gosh, I don't know how those go in, which way do they go? Okay, so I'm going to explain it to you quickly how that works. So what you would do is you would look at the spikes on this door. There's spikes all over the place, and there's this little area here where there's none. This area right here is where we want the cross auger underneath the combine feeding material into these things. And then it goes through this way and up. Now the reason why that's important is if I flip this thing around, it would actually go in, or pardon me, it would go in on the other side on the wrong way. And then the cross auger would be trying to push material into here. Now, it's not going to hurt the combine will run properly, you're not going to wreck anything, but what you will notice if these are in backwards is the tailings plug very easily. So if you first get into your wheat crops where you need these things and you right away notice that your tailings are plugging, this is the first thing I would do is make sure that these are in the right way. Okay, so once we've got them in, I guess I only need the one. Once we've got these in, there is some adjustments to it. All these little bolts on here have all got slots on them. So once we get these in, it kind of shows it on there, but once this is installed, if we look up here on this screen, on the bottom of the tailings processor, there's this little window right here. It takes a 10 mil wrench to just crack that nut, and then you can open that little window up, and you can get in there and you can see the spikes in there. Now what we're doing in there is you want to measure the gap from the spikes on the rotor to this concave. And we're trying to set that clearance in there. We're looking for about 3/16 to 1/4 of an inch, or basically as tight as you can get them in there without them hitting and making a grinding noise. Now, the reason why that adjustment is important, especially on machines that have some hours on them, is if you've been doing a lot of peas, a lot of cutting on the ground, and there's been a lot of dirt going through there, those spikes on that rotor can wear. So you may need to readjust this to get your tailings, get the tailings performance that we're looking for. Okay, so now to make that adjustment is you would just loosen these bolts on the ends, and then this will slide up and down in there, and you can get that adjustment. Okay, so once you've got that done, there is actually one more adjustment, and this one everybody tends to forget about, is these little L brackets on the back side here have got slots on them too. What these do is they go up and they capture the sides, capture the walls of the processor and hold them in. Okay, so you can adjust those to kind of hold it together. And that adjustment also needs to be made on the smooth doors. When you put the smooth door in for canola, you can make that adjustment as well too in those L brackets to help hold those walls in a little bit tighter. May help with some leaks that do tend to happen in that area. Okay, now when we're trying to figure out issues with the cleaning shoe, one of the tools that we do have is what we call a kill stall. Kill stall, what we're doing here is we can shut down the machine under full load and then get out and look at the shoe. We can actually look at more than the shoe. We can look at the rotors, we can look at a lot of things. But quite often the cleaning shoe is where we're looking here. So in order to properly do a kill stall, depends on the age of the machine that you have. So the first CR combines that we built, the CR 970s, the first generation ones, you can tell those because you had the keypad on the right-hand console that navigated through the monitor. On that console, what you would do is you go up here where you got the plus and minus keys right here, and you just push them together and hold them. And I don't know, 5-6 seconds, and the engine will die. And you'll just come to a stop. On the newer machines where we put the color display in, so this would be like a 970 type of a combine. You go into the calibration menu, you go to the calibration menu, and right here there's a window there called engine kill stall. And then there'll be a confirmation menu that'll come up, you just say yes, and then it'll shut it down. The newer combines, so basically anything with the new cab on it, there's a new menu in there, it's called procedures. We just moved it into there, it's the same thing, you just go in there and acknowledge it. That's the proper way to do a shutdown. You don't want to hit the key, because when you hit the key, you kill all the electronics and it brings on the park brake, and you'll just come to a screeching stop, and that just messes everything up. So we don't want that. Can somebody advance this? Oh, never mind. Okay, so this is just an example here of things to look at in a kill stall. What we're doing here is we're actually checking for losses on the ground. So here we're looking at pre-harvest losses. Then right here we're looking at header losses. And then back here we would have thrown a pan and we're looking for, threshing losses. One of the things to keep in mind right here when you're looking at thrashing losses, is you need to determine where they're coming from. Because you've got two places on the combine where your thrashing losses can come from. You've got the rotor or the thrashing side, and then you've got the cleaning side. So you have two different places. You need to determine where it's coming from. Don't just automatically assume it's the cleaning shoe. A lot of times it could actually be rotor loss when you think it's shoe loss. So make sure you determine where it's coming from. Now the easiest way to do that is just drop the straw and don't chop it, and just leave the chaff spreading. So spread the chaff and just drop the straw, and then you can, if you still see a lot of losses there, then you know it's coming from the thrashing system and not from the cleaning system. Good example there. This here, what we're doing is we're looking inside the combine, and we're looking at what the machine would look like after a kill stall. Where this guy's got his arm stuck in here, this is the concave area, so we're looking at kind of the grain pan here. You see the grain pan is totally covered, it's fairly even. And then on the cleaning shoe, this is the pre-sieve area, but this is the sieve area. The front third of the sieve should be clean, should be clear. And again, it should be fairly even across in there. Okay. I've got a couple of apps here that you guys can put on your phones. These have been available. This one actually has been available for a few years. It's been updated now. These are free apps that you can get for either Apple or Android phones. The first one is what we call New Holland Harvest Excellence. Now what this app will do is you go in there, you set up your machine, the machine that you have, and what this will do is it will help you with setting the combine. It'll give you the settings for the machine right on your phone. No, we used to hand out it was a paper card with a slide thing on it where you could get all your settings off of it. It was really nice and really handy to have, but I mean, we've all got our phones in our pockets, so now we've got this nice app for our phones. And this one's been updated. Actually, I think it has the CX combines in there too, so it's got all the updated information in there. The second one that I have is called a loss calculator. Now this is a fairly new app. I haven't even had a chance to go in there and play with it yet, but this one will help you determine how much loss you have. After you throw a pan and you count your kernels or weigh them, tell it the size of the sample that you collected and the size of the header you have, and it'll help you determine your losses. I haven't really had much of a chance to play with this one yet. It came out later last year and I never got a chance to play with it in the field, so I'm hoping to play with this one this fall. Believe that's all I had here. The biggest thing with the cleaning system that I wanted to mention too, to anybody that is using an IntelliSense combine, especially when you get to canola. Quite often I hear the complaints, I don't like how it's setting the fan, I don't like quite how the pre-sieve is set. There is some losses there. I'm kind of questioning whether this is working or not. Okay, first of all, what I would say is if you're uncertain, please throw a pan and just verify what's going on. The IntelliSense system is only as smart as the information that we give it back. So you do still have to throw pans, you do still have to give it some feedback. But if you think the settings are not quite right and it is throwing grain over, the first thing that I would suggest is this. Upper sieve calibration and pre-sieve calibration are very important, especially when you get to canola. I have found several times by taking 5 minutes and doing those two calibrations, you'll fix 99% of the problems that tend to show up in canola with the cleaning system. Usually the number one issue I hear is there's losses, my fan speed's too high, and the pre-sieve's open too much. The pre-sieve's open too much, I agree with you. Go calibrate it, and then I'll bet you it'll work better. That's usually what corrects it. And the top sieve. Don't necessarily have to do the bottom sieve, but the top sieve and the pre-sieve. Okay?
Can you elaborate on that a little bit? Just because there's a lot of times customers will get their combine out in the field and the sieves are out of calibration.
Okay.
Say, well, it's supposed to be done at the shop.
Yes, okay, so good point. They are done at the shop. Yeah. Okay? I don't know a service department out there that doesn't calibrate the sieves at PDI. They are done at PDI. Brand new machines tend to wear in. The linkages will wear, all the pivot points start to wear, and the actual measured opening can start to change a little bit against the calibrated value in the monitor. And even just over time, the calibration just tends to
Well, these can be calibrated in November, sent out, sit in the shed till next September.
update, and then there'll be a software update that goes in June before they go into the field. Yeah, and then
Important to check regardless.
it's very important to check them. And the pre-sieve and the upper sieve, can honestly be calibrated in 5 minutes. It does not take long to do, and honestly, it fixes most problems that we have with these things. And the sieves are more sensitive than the concave is. Good question, Jeff. Thank you. And it's not always the service department's fault, because they did do their job when it came out to you. It's just over time the calibration does tend to kind of go away, and it does need to be redone. Yeah. And sometimes switching crops too. For some reason the calibration just isn't there, because it was working fine in wheat, and then when you go to canola, it's like, well, what happened? It's all kind of all over the place. And, yeah.
Is there any advantage to taking the grain hump out? Like, why is it there?
The grain hump is actually, you're talking the tent that's on the grain pan. That is put on there for small grains. For corn combines, that's actually taken out. It's there more as a small grain thing. If you find the machine works better without it, great. It's not a huge deal. The way the rotors spin in there and put the material down, they do tend to load heavy in the center of the grain pan. So the idea behind that is to spread that out while it's still in the grain pan before it gets to the sieves. That's the idea behind it. But I mean, if you're in a lighter crop, like say a really light crop, and we may run into this fall, where it takes too much material to the outside of the shoe, and then it's overloading the outsides of the shoe and it's light in the middle, that'd be a spot to maybe just pull it. It's only 8 bolts or something, and the whole thing comes right out.
So you should be able to see that on a kill stall then.
You should be able to in a kill stall, absolutely, yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, good question. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, welcome back to Camero. So we're gonna do some questions and answers. We've got a bunch coming in from the branches and online through YouTube. So we're gonna go through a few of those. I have them on my phone, so I apologize for reading my phone. So the first question comes in from Grimshaw. Slowdown kit dropping to 550 RPM. Will that increase plugging in feeder house area when in higher moisture peas?
It shouldn't. The idea behind that kit is to be gentler on the coarser grains like peas. As far as feeding performance, it really shouldn't affect that at all.
Okay, anything to add?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, good. So this one comes in from Corson at Fairless Farms. That's a familiar name actually to me. Is there a sensor in the DSP rock trap that senses a rock to notify you to manually dump it?
No, there is not. It's kind of it's up to the operator to manage that.
Okay.
General rule of thumb is if you're cutting on the ground, you probably want to dump it a little more often. And from experience sitting in the machine, if you're cutting on the ground and you're finding rocks on your knife, there's a good chance they're in the rock trap too. And if you got to get out and clean the rocks off the knife, that's usually a good time to just dump that stone trap on the way back into the cab. The lever is right by the ladder, so it's easy to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So next question. Hi guys, doing the in the Grimshaw branch, so thank you for being in the branch, everyone. Customer has an issue with canola leaking out around the triangle pieces on either side of the front of the rotors at the transition area. He's had it all off and reseated and caulked it, but still has issues. Have you guys ever heard of this before?
I have. The only comment I can make about that is that's probably a question for the FSMs to deal with. I have heard of it, and I know of some assist cases that have gone in the past. I don't know where it's gone from there. It's on the service side of things. I think they've been dealing with that. So that would be a good question for your FSM.
Okay. Do we have any questions here from you guys? No? Silence? We do have two more questions from the branches. What is the difference between the 3-fin or 2-fin feeding at the front of the rotor? The 3-fin rotors seem to back up the feeder house from feeding when pushing at full capacity. Is that possible?
Yes. So the 3-fin is the S-cube rotor.
Right.
And the 2 is the twin pitch.
Yeah.
And yes, there is a pickup in feeding performance with the twin pitch rotor over the S-cube, and that's a big part of it right there, yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so our last question, and I'll have to get closer here. In tougher conditions, we're hearing rumbling in the front of a rotor. Are there some aggressiveness settings or any settings at all that can help with something like that?
I guess I would almost want more information.
Yeah, it kind of depends on if you're picking up a swath or if you're straight cutting. I've got to presume that he's picking up a swath.
Yeah,
so he's probably taking in a lump from the swath and it's just coming in as a big chunk.
Yeah.
It'd be no different than when you reverse it back out and bring it back in, you're going to have a lump.
Yeah.
I guess that would, you're right, a few more
You almost need a little more information on that one. What crop are you
Assume that it's
I don't like assuming.
Assume it's an S-cube rotor, so you've got the 3 fins instead of the 2 fins.
Yeah.
So that might make a difference too.
Yeah. The S-cube rotor generally was a little
louder.
Had more rumbles
Yeah.
from it. The twin pitch was a smoother running rotor, or is a smoother running rotor.
Okay.
That could very well be some of it.
Well, and that has a lot to do with just those 2 fins up at the front there. If you want to say 2 fins, it's bringing it in faster. Plus, you've got the smaller rub bars in there that are bringing that product back out in through the combine faster.
That profile of the RAS bar makes a big difference. Yeah. Because they almost need a little more information there. And
say that again.
Tell the swather operator to do better.
Tell the swather operator to do a better job.
That could
Absolutely,
very well be part of the solution too.
They can't hear us on TV.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can hear you on TV. No. Or maybe carry a rake on your swather, right?
Yeah.
Buy an X.
The one comment that was made is that it could be the swather driver. So.
Yeah.
So do we have any questions here? No? Okay, so we're going to take a 30-second reset break. Good opportunity for you guys here to grab a quick drink of water. The mystery juice is still over there, I see. And we'll be right back.
Thank you.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Camrose. Just a reminder, if you're out there in internet land and watching virtually, please send in your questions, AOS at rockymtn.com, and we'll try to answer those as best we can. We do have some, Jasmine's going to come back for a couple of questions here in the next little bit. So if you have questions on the Libra cart, feel free to send those in as well. She can answer those at that time. And now we've got Grant, who's going to talk about residue management.
You betcha. Thanks, Chad. Okay, so residue management, earlier I talked about thrashing and separating being the most important part of the combine. Of course, residue management becomes, in a lot of ways, the most important part about seeding, right? Because if we can't control the residue at the start out of the combine, it does promote some other problems at seeding. But today we'll talk about it in the terms of combine. Sorry, the clicker is unclicking. So, rear discharge beater, it's a pretty important piece of equipment inside the body of the combine at the back end. So the rear beater can have a blanking plate, which is right here, installed to stop trash from falling down on the top sieve. So obviously, if the trash is falling down on the top sieve, we're going to plug up that top sieve, might increase your returns. We're certainly going to have some grain quality issues. Rule of thumb, install it, leave it in. Don't take it out, okay? It does say shipped uninstalled on all machines. Ironically, since 2021, we've actually made it installed at the factory. So no longer does it come inside the cab of the combine. It is installed in the combine. Don't take it out, leave it in there. I've seen situations where guys have taken it out and have had serious loss issues with grain. Beater grate adjustment bolt on left-hand and right-hand side to change straw direction. The clearance should be 10 mil. So 10 mil, and that clearance is really important to make sure you have the proper clearance in there. Too tight, too short, you're going to have residue problems. You're going to have grain coming out the back end of your combine. Okay. Straw choppers. Once it goes through the beater, then it goes through the straw chopper. We have essentially two different styles of straw choppers. We've got a standard straw chopper and a deluxe straw chopper. Majority of the people that are purchasing combines today in Alberta, Western Canada, are purchasing the deluxe straw chopper. It becomes more beneficial when you're dropping straw. In a lot of essence, it's really the only time that it's a better benefit over the standard choppers when you're trying to drop straw. So, feeds the chopper. So, when we say it feeds the chopper, there's another slide here, it's going to show it better, but it actually takes the straw off the PSD conveyor at the back that needs to be adjusted and drops it right on top of the chopper. Makes it more efficient to chop. Deluxe straw chopper configurations, you can chop straw and spread chaff. Something else we can do. So, or you can chop straw and drop chaff. You can windrow straw and spread chaff. So that's kind of a feature that we've had for a long time is if you're dropping the straw for bedding purposes to bale up afterwards and you don't want any chaff in there, we can actually still spread the chaff out, which a lot of other combines can't do. Windrow straw and drop chaff, of course, at the same time. If you want to have that in, maybe you're going to use that straw for feed as well. Our clicker is working slower than I imagined. There we go. So here's chopping mode, windrowing mode. When I mentioned before that on the deluxe chopper, here's a conveyor right here in behind the beater. So as the product comes off the beater, it shoots upward to the top of the combine housing, if you want to call it that, and then deflects downward onto this conveyor here. If it was a regular chopper, or a standard chopper, as we say, this conveyor is not here, so then the product would just drop straight down into the chopper. The chopper rotor itself is the same, okay? So it comes down here, and you see how it feeds directly down in on top of the chopper instead of feeding in this way. Does that make sense to everybody? So again, that's the benefit. Here's our chopping mode, down through the chopper, out through the residue fins. if we want to drop straw for baling purposes, there's this door right here closes downward. It doesn't show it in this picture here, but it does close downward this way so that the straw then goes from the conveyor over top of the straw chopper hood. And then there's two big fins at the back of the straw chopper hood that you can narrow up your windrow or you can spread out your windrow if you're dropping straw. Is there many guys in this room that are dropping straw? Okay. Another reason to drop straw though too, guys, is for checking for losses. If you drop your straw, it's another, how do I say this now? You're gonna use less power when you're dropping straw, of course, as you're turning your rotor off, so the product's not going through the rotor. But it's another way to check for losses to see if you've got more losses in the swath when you're dropping. So one thing that I want to talk about that's not in the slide presentation here is our difference in our two choppers. So we've got a 6-row chopper and we've got a 4-row chopper, okay? When I say 6-row and 4-row, if we look at this chopper right here, this is a 4-row, okay? There's chopper blades going north, south, east, west. And a 6-row chopper, there's extra 2 rows of blades on there. So the 4-row chopper does a fantastic job of chopping straw already. How many guys here are running 6 rows just for interest's sake? Everybody's running, you guys have a 6-row? With OptiSpread, perfect. I'm glad you brought up the OptiSpread. So he has a 6-row chopper with OptiSpread. Now, these ones here, the residue management at the back end of this is just a bunch of fins, okay? So the product comes out of the chopper, hits the fins, and then it spreads it out the width of the swath of the header, okay? The other thing that's inside of here too is wind knives. So the wind knives are, instead of a straight, let's say this is the knife. Of course, I don't have any props like John had before because he's keeping all the props to himself. But if this was the knife and we had a wind knife, there would be an angle off of the knife on the back to create more, literally, wind to help push that straw out to the wider parts of the chopper to get it spread out wider. Say you've got a 40-foot header and you're using the traditional fins, you're probably going to use a couple extra wind knives to help push that product out to the side. Now, these gentlemen here have an OptiSpread. So OptiSpread is 2 fans underneath, for lack of better words, that are controlled with hydraulic motors, okay? And you can speed up and slow down the speed of the hydraulic motors. You can actually, there's a deflector at the back of the OptiSpread that looks like this, trying to make a kind of a U shape, okay? And that deflector can move in and out, up and down, side to side, and that'll actually help, say you've got a crosswind, those deflectors will actually help fill in the spread because you're going to overspread on one side, but when you come back the next direction, it'll fill in that gap, like a spin spreader, for lack of better words, okay? The other thing that comes standard with OptiSpread are 6-row choppers. So it isn't north, south, east, west, it's 6 rows of chopper blades. So right away, we know already that we're doing a fantastic job with a 4-row chopper of chopping our product. You go to a 6-row chopper and there's nothing behind that combine, is there? She's just tiny bits of pieces, which again, as I mentioned at the start, residue management is a key to having a good seed bed or starting with seeding in the springtime, right? So the finer that stuff is chopped, the more evenly it's spread out, the easier it is, or the less work you have to do for spring preparation. Now, something else that we've come up with in 2021 was a 6-row chopper for the traditional fin size. So if you don't want to get OptiSpread, say you're only using a 30-foot head, OptiSpread isn't ideal for a 30-foot head because it's designed for above 40-foot heads, 50-foot heads, right? It's designed to really push out to the sides, okay? So if you want to just use the traditional fan system or fin system that we have here and bump up to a 6-row chopper, you can do that now. So you want to chop finer, you bump up from the 4 to the 6-row. One of the issues that we've had with OptiSpread, and we haven't had a lot of issues with it because it does really do a fantastic job of spreading, plus you can control a lot of the settings in it. These fins, you can control the adjustments and the width of them from inside the cab of the combine, right? But the OptiSpread, again, it's hydraulically driven, so clearly you've got more settings or changes, right? But above It's not this door here. Is it this door here, John? John's just off to the side and I'm using him as a prop, but it's one of these two doors here. I'm just gonna say one of these two doors. If we went to the back of this combine, I could show you which one it is. But what's happening is we've started to louver that door for your OptiSpread, okay? So we don't have anything in our part system right now.
It's kind of the one that sits right in here.
It's kind of the one that sits in there, yes. Okay.
Right about there.
We don't have anything in our part system right now, but trust me when I say it's coming fast because we've had these issues. And what's happening is from the air created from the spinning of the OptiSpread and the air created from the chopper, we're getting like a plugging area, I guess. For lack of better words, it's plugging. The two air pressures are working against each other and everything's plugging up. Are you guys having that problem with yours?
Okay.
So what we've designed, or what we've had actually, honestly, our dealers are sometimes our best engineers, hands down. So a couple of our dealers have come to us and said, hey, we louvered that door to exhaust that air pressure. So what's happened is once we've louvered that door, exhausted that air pressure, we have not had plugging issues since. Have you guys done that and louvered that door?
It's coming.
Okay,
You got
it's
one coming.
Okay, good.
Good.
So that's probably the biggest issue that we've had with OptiSpread. Is that the only issue you guys have had with OptiSpread? Yeah. Okay, so the customers here are saying that with them not having that louvered door, they're definitely getting plugging because you've got that imbalance of air pressure.
Yeah, so kind of what happens is when you have this style of a spreader with the fins on here, with the chopper spinning in there, it does create air pressure in there. And it uses that air pressure to push the material through on the fins to give you your spread. Now, what we do when we go to OptiSpread is we just take this off and just put the spinners on there. That air pressure is still here, but we don't necessarily need it. And these fans that go on here create back pressure, so it actually increases the pressure in the chopper even more. So what this exactly what Grant just described, this louvered plate that goes in, I believe it, on this picture is not quite correct, but I mean, it goes right here, and it vents that air pressure out of the chopper itself and allows these spinners to do their job better too. And then the other thing that happens as a result too is we're actually starting to see an increase in our life on our chopper blades too on OptiSpread machines. The symptom for anybody that's sitting here wondering, oh yeah, you got a plugging problem, well, what's going on here? What's happening is we've got excessive air pressure in here, and what happens is the material coming out of the beater hits this belt, and then there's quite a bit of air pressure right here, and the material can't get into the chopper. It's actually being lifted and held up, and then it just plugs. So usually the plug the alarm that goes off in the cab is the PSD belt stalls. That's the first alarm you see.
Which you guys have probably all had with wet canola straw, right?
So usually when you guys come into farm shows or into these events, you sit there and look at me and go, when are you going to do something with that PSD belt? And I usually go, well, what? There's nothing wrong with it. What are you talking about? And then when I finally get the whole story, I find out that, yeah, it starts plugging here all the way back into the beater. Your plug is usually right here. The chopper is all clear. It doesn't look like it's a chopper issue, but it's actually the chopper that's causing it. And this is where the plug is it's usually right in this area right here.
Well, the other side of that too, John, is when OptiSpread was first developed, it was developed on a 4-row chopper, not a 6-row chopper. So now we've gone and put 2 more rows of chopper blades in there, which has clearly increased more chopper fan pressure, if we want to call it that. So do you think there's a chance that could happen with a 6-row chopper in the regular spreader?
No, not necessarily, because like I said, the chopper on this setup here, the pressure that gets built up in there is used for spreading, because it actually vents out the back through those fins. Yeah. But when we take those off and put the fans on there, that pressure can't go anywhere, and the fans actually end up pushing back into the chopper and creating more pressure, and it just causes it kind of compounds the problem. And usually where it shows up is, like I say, it'll plug back in here.
And I think what's happened because of that plugging, it's not, how many years have you had your OptiSpread combine for? 2 years. 2. Yeah. So you've had it the whole 2 years, right? Essentially. Yeah. So what's happened is guys running bigger than 40-foot headers have gone to, that's another reason I believe we came out with a 6-row chopper, so that we've got finer material so we can get it spread out. And guys have gone away from OptiSpread because it was plugging, right? But I think with this louvered door, it'll get people back into the OptiSpread. It might be a little bit more money to purchase up front, but you're gonna find that it's gonna do a lot better job of evenly spreading the residue across the width of your cutter head.
Fine chop and properly spread is a big
Yeah.
step in starting the season for
Well,
the
it
next
makes
year.
your spring work so much, or your fall work, whatever.
Especially with our precision hoe drills and things like
Yeah.
that are very sensitive to trash management. It's, yeah, trash management starts right here.
That's where it
Yeah,
starts,
so.
100%.
That's why there's a lot of attention put on the chopper and our combines for that reason.
And we've, you know, you guys all run New Holland combines. We probably don't have to tell you that our chopper is 9 times out of 10 is the better chopper on the market. Just make sure, I guess that's the other thing too, is we're talking about choppers, and one of the biggest downfalls of your chopper not working properly is your knives are wore out, okay? We always say, run them one season, flip them for the second season, replace them on the third season. Some guys, if you're pulling them all off to flip them, they're just gonna replace them, right? In fact, I talked to another company about using a third-party chopper blade from a strong third-party chopper manufacturer, and he said that our New Holland blades still lasted longer than those blades did, because a lot of people have talked about going to that third-party blade. The chopper will not perform properly with dull blades. That's just the bottom line. And it's going to use more horsepower. And we just finished saying that residue management at the back of the combine is what sets you up for seeding next season.
Grant,
Yes.
on the Revelation combines, the RPM is quicker, isn't it, on the choppers now than it was in the previous models?
I haven't noticed that.
Okay, so for everyone out there, the question was from Jeff. He was saying that the chopper RPM has been increased. To answer the question, yes, the chopper speed was turned up. Oh boy, I better get my history right here. 2018.
Okay.
So when the
still
yellow grain
evolution.
tank went on the combine, yeah,
Yeah.
the yellow grain tank, the chopper was increased from 3,500 RPM to 4,000
On a 4-row chopper.
on all of them.
All of them? Okay.
Both. And again, that was to address just long straw getting through. We just wanted to make sure we were chopping it.
And that's just one thing that we've noticed when you're talking aftermarket chopper blades.
Yeah.
Is they were working great in the older machines, but the newer machines
Yeah.
can't handle that extra RPM and
Yeah.
they're breaking.
Braking.
And they're going, they're where that bolt goes through, they're coming off and they're going into like causing some damage.
I guess one other question I'd throw back at you guys is, with the new plastic covers on top of the chaff spreaders, have you had any premature wear on those? Or any wear on those? Okay.
I haven't seen any, but I know guys in Australia have been telling me that they're having issues.
I was at another combine clinic yesterday, and that came up 2 or 3 different times, that those plastic shields on top of there are wearing.
The initial ones, the very first ones, they were wearing
Yeah.
faster, but there was an update made to the material that went on those covers on the chaff spreader. The way to tell if you have the updated one or not is when you go and look at it, if it's got little quarter turn nuts holding it on, that's the old style.
Okay.
The new style, they're actually a bolt clamping it on. You actually have to undo a bolt
okay.
now. If they're bolted, they're the updated ones. That's the way you can tell. And the updated ones, as far as I know, have been working well.
And when was the update?
I want to say in 2019, but it may have been closer to model year 20. I think it might have been a running change during the model year 19.
Any other questions from the floor? Perfect. Chad, we can move on.
Okay, so welcome back. We did mention that there was a couple questions that had come in from from our audience at home, and having to do with Libra Cart. So we thought we'd bring Jasmine back up and ask those questions. So I'll let you guys handle that.
For sure. So again, if you guys do have any questions, AOS at rockymtn.com. We'll address you, and obviously we want to get Jasmine in front of you guys again. So a couple questions that did come in were asked: what kind of batteries do I need to use, or should I stock some, etc.?
Sure, yeah. So inside the Libra Cart box, it's a 3.6 volt lithium battery, AA. A 1.5 volts AA lithium can also be used. We used to have two different models to choose from. We used to have a battery operated version, and then this one, which is battery operated, or it can be plugged into 12 volt power. So this one's kind of the best of both worlds. We did discontinue the battery operated version. But yeah, it's just a high capacity battery. So if it's not plugged into 12 volts, it will run on the battery, and that powers the entire load cell system there. For the full harvest season, so we just recommend replacing the battery once every harvest season. And then if you're plugged into 12 volt power, it's not going to use any of the battery there.
Excellent. So next question was, I have an Apple iPad and an Android iPad. Can we mix and match?
Yeah, for sure. So we do recommend Apple devices over Android for a couple reasons. The main one being any new features that we add will always be through Apple first and then Android to follow, but we're compatible with both, and you can mix and match devices. So if you have an iPad in the grain cart, you can have an Android phone or another tablet in the combine or truck. So yeah, you can mix and match devices for sure.
Awesome. Does anybody here have any questions in the audience that we didn't get to, or anything that we need to cover?
You got a moisture sensor that hooks into it?
Yes, yeah. So you can add an aftermarket moisture sensor kit to the Libra Cart system, and basically how it works is it's the moisture sensor kit, and then you get another Bluetooth module box that connects to our app, and then just updates the moisture in real time as you're unloading.
Awesome. Anything else? Okay, well, appreciate that, Jasmine,
Thank
again.
you.
So with that, we're going to move on to our lunch break. So we'll take a quick short break. We're going to eat here, so you guys at home, please do join us again. 12 o'clock Mountain Time is when we're going to get started again. So 12 o'clock, the feed will come back live. And obviously you guys, please go enjoy your lunch. We'll get that going out for you, and thank you again.
check, baby, 1, 2, 3, 4, check, baby, 1, 1, rum shaker. And I don't know the rest of the words. So this is good. It's a 10-second delay. It is. Where's David Zeenstra? He needs to be mic'd up as well. What's going on? What's going on? Good. Okay, so welcome back. Unfortunately, thanks to A1 Catering here in Camrose, our customers here are enjoying their meals so much that it's taken us a little bit longer than we anticipated to finish up. So what we're going to do is we're going to extend this little break for probably between 5 and 10 minutes. We'll be back here right away. But again, thanks to A1 Catering in Camrose. Okay, so, welcome back. I was saying a good thing. Oh, are we still live? Anyway, so live video. We'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Thanks. Okay, welcome back to Camrose. So yeah, we're just finishing up our lunch break. We have John and Grant back. You can tell they're well fed. And they're going to talk about grain handling to start the afternoon. Go ahead, guys.
Thanks, Chad. Go ahead, John. You can start out.
All right, so the grain handling system, after the cleaning shoe, starts with the cross auger and the grain elevator system. Now, really what we need to talk about here, I believe, more than anything, is maybe some maintenance items here. So the first step in there would be to make sure that the elevator chain is adjusted correctly. General rule with the elevator chain, there's an adjuster on the back side of the elevator. Have we got the remote camera? Maybe we could run over there and have a look at it here.
He's tied up over
He's tied up over there, okay.
If we had the remote camera, that would be really handy.
So on the back side of the elevator, there's actually an adjuster there. What you do with that is you're lifting the whole elevator head up to take the slack out of the chain. The way to properly check the adjustment would be to open the bottom door, and then you use two fingers, thumb and your index finger on the chain, and you still want to be able to slide the chain back and forth on the sprocket, but with all the slop taken out of it. That's generally how you would adjust that chain. If you can't move it back and forth, you've got it too tight, back it off a little bit. After that, when you get up to the top of the elevator there is a drive chain up there. Now, the drive chain for the elevator is the one that's really not the easiest one to get at. It's actually, you got to kind of access it through the grain tank, and it's a 60 chain. And that chain does generally tend to wear very fast. It's got a lot of load on it, and it's not in a very friendly place to keep lubricated, and it does wear out fairly quickly. So person does need to keep an eye on that one and replace as needed. It does have a spring loaded tensioner on it, so it doesn't need to be tensioned all the time. So it kind of takes care of itself that way, but a person does need to check it for wear. Starting in model year, I believe it was model year 19, that chain was updated from the factory to an O-ring type chain. We found that with the O-ring chain, our service life on that chain, I believe, is at least double, if not more.
Double to triple.
Double, if not triple. It's a chain you should be able to buy out of parts, and it should retrofit onto older machines, because as far as I don't believe the length of that chain changed any over the years, so it should fit on the machines.
And if you don't want to replace with an O-ring chain, you can replace it with a standard chain.
You don't have to, but that O-ring chain is pricey, but you will get 2 to 3 times the life out of it. So it's peace of mind, because it is a tough chain to get at, so it's maybe worth the investment right there.
The key, and the other thing you should bring up at this point, is make sure 100% that your doors or your covers on top of that are back in place properly.
Yeah.
I know a lot of guys like to silicone those doors up. So obviously I don't have to tell you this, but if you've cut through that silicone, make sure you put silicone back on there. We have had a lot of leakage, because of course those doors are sitting right inside the grain tank, right? So we want to make sure that those doors are on correctly.
Yeah, canola leaks there have been an issue, and quite often if there is a leak there, it tends to drop the grain right on the rotor belt.
On the rotor belt, yeah.
And can be good of a sore spot.
Rotor belt gets a little spongy and slips, and
so that is a spot to definitely pay attention to make sure that we have the leak stopped. And like Grant mentioned at the beginning of all of this, for 22, there was an update made to that top cover to try and address those leaks. The downside of what they did there was, up until now, that cover has just been clamped on. When they make this update for next year, it's actually bolted on. So it's not going to be as easy to take off, but it should be properly sealed. So.
And if it is properly sealed that we intend it to be, then that's not going to be an issue.
Yeah. So, but that is your access to get at the top of the elevator too at some point if ever needed. So, but okay. One last comment I wanted to make in there was, last year, in an attempt to try and seal that up a little bit better from the factory, they put an extra piece of foam in there, and it actually ended up doing the opposite effect, because where they put that foam, when they clamped the cover on there, it actually held the cover up more and actually warped it a little bit and created a wider hole in there, and it actually leaked even worse. So just something to keep in mind in there, how much foam is in there and where it is, and make sure that is all clamped down properly in there. So, Bubble up auger really hasn't changed. There is options out there for abrasive wear and for standard wear. I think a lot of them go out abrasive now.
Yeah, are most of you guys running abrasive or standard, Jeff? Just standard?
Yeah.
Too cheap. Well, I guess, if you look at the new ordering system that we have, we do kind of hide some of those prices in. We call them fast picks now. The sales staff don't always like them, but they do make it easier to get the proper combine for you guys. But don't be afraid to look at that abrasive wear stuff. If you're flipping a combine every year, yeah, it doesn't matter so much to you. If you're going to keep your combine for an extended period of time, it does cost a little bit more money, but how much does it cost to replace those parts often? And obviously if the parts aren't replaced and it's starting to wear out, then you're gonna have issues with unloading, you're gonna have issues with your bubble up auger, you're gonna have issues even cracking grain inside the grain tank, right? So, but
This is more of a parts issue question, but there was guys putting the neoprene, was that a CNH thing?
No.
The neoprene, that was aftermarket? Okay.
so one of the sales staff here just asked about a neoprene, is it a neoprene sleeve or
It
a
was a
neoprene?
liner for the
Liner for the flight.
Oh, a neoprene liner,
for the
which
tube,
is,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You bolt it in.
Yeah.
It's not a,
Saw it for a while, but I think it's kind of gone away.
it's not a
don't-
CNH item.
I don't
so-
believe that was a New Holland.
Didn't we
I think that was an aftermarket thing.
increase the abrasion on the bubble up auger already though?
I don't remember. I do not recall.
Anyhow, sorry.
On the tube itself or on the
On the flighting.
flighting? I do not recall.
I would, if you're going to do anything, I would definitely invest in abrasion on or heavier duty bubble up auger over anything, because that's the one that gets the most wear. Yeah. And these 90 bushel wheat crops guys are pulling off nowadays are obviously going to run through it faster.
Yeah. Then after that is the tank, but then
Yeah.
the unloading auger itself. So
Well, let's quickly talk about the tank.
Yeah.
There's not a lot to do with inside the tank, but we do have options such as electric folding hopper toppers or manual folding hopper toppers. I presume you're selling mostly electric hoppers now. So a lot of guys will like the electric folding hopper topper. Obviously, you don't have to get out and manhandle the big doors. They're closing right off, are they not, on these
come
ones
right
now?
down flat.
Yeah, so they do close right off. The bubble up auger has to be laid down, but you won't get water inside there. So we all know that with the older style hoppers, we'd always get water in there. You get rotten grain in your clean outdoors. But yeah, now it's a little bit cleaner.
No, it's not a perfect seal, but it
No.
still
Yeah,
keeps about
yeah,
99%
it's pretty damn
of it
close.
out,
I think it overlaps.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and the grain tank capacity is the same whether it's manual or folding.
That-
or
that's
power
right, too,
folding,
yeah.
So
And
there's
the same on our 8.9, 9.9, and 10.9 now as well. It's all 410 bushel.
Yes.
Or 12, as we learned earlier, 12,500 liters.
Yeah.
Leaking problem with the fold out?
Well, grain would leak, I think, out of one of the front corners, and then it'd come down right in front of the rotors.
Okay.
And I don't know if anybody had that problem.
That's on the, when you're folding, so he's saying he's got a leak on the fold out?
I think when you're unloading in the front, there'd be grain would leak down, and it'd come
Oh,
right on top of your feeder house, right in front of the road. And that's the only place we couldn't find where it came from, but that's where they
Okay.
said it came from. Yeah, I think so. I don't know whether that's been a common thing.
well, we're going to give you the deer staring at headlamps look right now, so. Yeah, yeah. So one thing to remember as I went through model year 22 updates is model year 22 combines are going to be able to shut down the cross augers and empty out that auger when you're unloading on the go, or for that matter, anytime. So I know everybody's been asking for it, and we've got it. So trade in all your combines and buy model year 22s. Right, Jeff?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, well, okay. 23s then.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess what is the unloading speed again on our augers?
Right. Today, on model year 21 and older, it is 4 bushels a second.
Right.
Now, when we introduced the split unload for 22, it actually increases to 4.5.
Right. Which makes sense, of course.
Yes. So there is a second benefit to that cross auger shut off, is we actually get a faster unload speed too.
Is the combine capable of carrying more grain than that?
Is the combine capable of carrying more grain than 410 bushels?
Add a little bit up.
I did not hear that question.
I don't believe that would be warranty approved. add extensions onto the hopper.
When you do measure the bushels, though, what is that? Is that struck or heaped or?
Heaped.
I believe heaped.
Just because I know if you use the bushel counter, it seems like you not in the 410s, but the older ones, we could get more in there, right? I mean, but it depends on the moisture, you know. So.
Yeah.
And the crop.
Yeah, moisture's
Not that we're trying to overload it, but just
No.
till you got to the third sensor.
yeah. The third sensor being the grain falling on the
Yeah,
tab. Yeah.
The third sensor is the grain on the
Yeah.
top of the roof cap. Yep.
Yeah. Cab grain.
Cap grain.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, there's not much to the grain handling. Essentially, you know, if you wanted to really dumb it down, drive a truck, unload, right? But we've tried to improve it and make it more efficient for you guys to operate through, make it easier for you guys to operate through. And more people are loading, unloading into grain carts. So that cross auger, again, shut off was man, they've been asking for that for like 10 years, I think, right?
Been an ask for a long time.
We're pretty
yeah.
happy to finally be able to come out with it now. So.
Yeah, especially if you can only get half the tank off and
Yeah.
just shut off the unloading auger full is maybe not sometimes the best thing to do. So, but
So, Chad, did you want to step in or
Any plans for scales? Like
Scales.
application has?
let me ask you a question. What would you want to use? So the gentleman's asked if there's any plans for scales in the hopper, like some competition have. What would be the purpose of the scales inside the hopper? Just to know what your actual weight is inside there
Thinking it's more accurate than the yield monitor.
than the yield monitor?
Yeah.
Well, we don't have any plans at this point in time.
nothing that we're aware of anyways.
The
But
competition uses those scales more for their automation in their combines. We haven't talked much about automation yet today, but our automation isn't done, it's done completely different than everybody else's combine, right? It's not done off of weight and power in a lot of cases they're doing of. We're actually sensing air pressure inside the body of the combine. And that air pressure is telling us what we need to fix. And then our camera that goes on the clean grain auger, I talked about it earlier, our grain camera as we call it, it's detecting MOG, so material other than grain. So essentially between those two things, the air pressure and the MOG camera, that's what's detecting whether we need to speed up the combine, whether we need to shut down the sieves, open the, you know, whatever needs to be done at that point in time. So I guess at that point, we don't feel the scales are something that we need to have at this point. I guess one way to check it out is to dump into a weigh scale, or a weigh cart, which I think most everybody does. You have to do that to calibrate anyway, do you not?
Yeah, I just thought if the scales
Yeah.
were in there,
Then you wouldn't have to do that calibration step.
feedback.
yeah.
But yeah, you'd have to be obviously stationary to do that too, which I don't have to explain that to you, of course, but. Any other questions? Comments?
Anything from other branches? Okay.
I think the one thing that I'd like to say is, you know, the twin rotor combine, as we talked about thrashing being done right at the front of the combine instead of carrying the thrashing process out, is gentler on the seed. We've got a lot more seed to seed contact, which creates more grain, which makes cleaner grain handling. We don't have returns issues, which is part of grain handling, of course. We don't have the returns issues that other combine manufacturers do. And it's unfortunate that we miss on little steps like that. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just curious, you say all the threshing's done up front,
Yep.
then why did you put the rub bars all the way down the full length of the
So the gentleman's asking, if I say the threshing's up front, why do we have rub bars going the full length of the combine?
The job of the rub bar is to basically grab the material and move it.
Yeah.
And keep it moving. The concave is there to disrupt it. So, and that action between the two causes the thrashing plus the grain on grain. Now when you get out of the concave, we just keep those rasp bars there just to keep the material moving. Is kind of the general idea. Now you can't move the separator grates in relation to the rotor, but it's there again, like I said, just to keep material moving.
We've got a video out there that actually explains the thrashing process of the combine, and If you saw the video, you'd understand it a little bit better in that regard. Unfortunately, the video is with an S-cube rotor, so it's a little bit off. But when it's the grain on grain that's actually doing the thrashing, as we all know with a rotary combine anyway, right? Versus a conventional combine where it's more metal on metal thrashing, right? But we're using centrifugal force to try and, so our rotors are actually turning faster than other combines as well. They're smaller in diameter and they're turning faster. So they're actually forcing a lot more of the material itself to do the thrashing. And again, the rub bars, rasp bars is what they're really called, not rub bars. People call them rub bars from the old conventional days because you would rub the grain out.
Yep.
Now they're rasp bars that are trying to, well, I'm going to use that word, but grasp the product and pull it through the combine. So maybe we should call them grasp bars. Well, I'm going to get that labeled and get it trademarked.
Yep.
Think that'll go through? Anyhow, it's post-dinner. Come on, that's the best humor I've got. Anything else? Did that answer your question at all? Like, you guys understand how the combine works. I don't have to go through that. Perfect. Well, that's grain handling.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, guys, very much. Okay, so we're going to move over to the side here, and we're going to talk to David Zeenstra, who is our precision farming specialist for New Holland. And he's going to talk about the new PLM Connect, some of the different advantages, some of the new things that have come out. Might talk a little bit about some of the changes that CNH has made over the last couple of weeks or so. So yeah, we'll send it over to the guys over there.
Thanks.
Well, awesome. Thank you, Chad. So again, my name is Chris Drysdale. I'm the telematics and support specialist. So I have David Zeenstra here. He is the precision field sales rep for New Holland. So known him for many years. This is his bread and butter. He does the technology side. So David, why don't you walk us through what's going on right now with PLM Connect and all the platform?
Yeah, by all means. I mean, today we've spoken a lot in regards to the actual machines and the operations, but now we're going to speak towards the data and the platform and what itself is what we're developing so that we can deliver you a better customer experience. So right behind me here I have what is our customer landing page, our My New Holland website. This is where you would, from a single point of reference, have all of your equipment, your precision farming aspects, as well as your dealer reference for running into your connected asset accounts. Okay, so from here, as we can see, this is a live demonstration. We have our equipment tab where we can visualize that equipment, as well as our connected asset portion where we can see what we have for our precision farming technologies. So working through, we can actually assign dealers as well as add manual serial numbers and have your how-to videos or your operators manuals right from a single platform. Okay? We can also have an application that you can have downloaded on your phone so you don't have to do this through a web interface. So everything is made for manageability on the go as well as when you're sitting in the office and looking over your fleet information. Okay, so from here, we can actually access our fleet connectivity tab. From the fleet connectivity tab, we can actually see a quick high-level summary of what machines we have connected, where they are, how they're operating. Okay, this is your landing page. This is what you see as soon as you enter the platform. However, if I want to take a little bit of a higher level overview on maybe a specific unit, like this windrower that is currently traveling, I can simply click on that unit. It'll load from here, and then we can actually get details and individual parameters of that machine once it finishes loading up here. Apologies, the Wi-Fi is a little bit fun here. Well, while I'm waiting for that, so some of the parameters that we can see, we have our fuel usage, our fuel average per utilization. We can see specific platform parameters, such as with combines, we can see things like the header height controls at current, and we can see certain sensors, like our sieve operating sensors, as reported, as last reported. So keep in mind, this is within a 15 to 30 minute space. This is not live on the fly, okay? So this is reported as soon as the machine reports to the platform and then can represent that data. But another useful aspect of this platform, aside from the visualization of your vehicles, which if your Wi-Fi is network Wi-Fi like this, you can have a little bit of fun, ability to remotely service you from a dealership perspective, okay? So this tool is also available to the dealers as long as you give them permission, okay? And with that dealer permission, then we can drive remote service opportunities, remote diagnostic opportunities, as well as simple location utility. I.e., if I were to take a look at this vehicle and from the overview, I can change my list option, I don't know if that was easily visible here, to a mapping option. And again, I hope the Wi-Fi is kicking in here. No, it's not. Yeah, it kicked me out. What was it? Events? Yeah. Apologies, technical difficulties, nothing that technology is not used to. Do you mind firing around and just making sure that that works in? No, we're good. All right. All right, let's try this again. Apologies. There we go. So now we get to this fleet overview. We have a map, and this is our CNH internal demo platform. So this is actually all the demo vehicles we have currently running throughout the United States and North America, right? So I can individualize these vehicles, highlight them. Now I can see exactly where it is. It's running in the field. And if I zoom out just a hair, it should show an update quite soon on if it's actually running and moving. I can visualize the severity of the alerts, see current engine hours, fuel level, even the current operating speed. So he must be cutting because he's going 16.5 miles an hour. And then I can go into the vehicle details section. And this is where your connection with the dealership would matter, because then they can see exactly what you see from this platform. Okay, so we can see the status in work. We have serial number reference, even utilization of the fuel. Moving over to the specific parameters, we can see things like ground speed on a windrower, oil temperature, battery voltage, all of your pressure sensor indications. Again, this is for the dealership or yourself to diagnose your vehicles remotely without having to be on site. And then from there, we can go into our alerts section and actually have a high visibility of alerts if there are alerts assigned to those vehicles. So I can see them in order. I can see the actual fault codes, where they were sourced from, and at what time they occurred, right? And then I can view the number of occurrences history, and I can help diagnose my machine remotely, again, with the dealer connections, by yourself, however you want to manage this, okay? So, fantastic. We can even create custom notifications. We can create them for things like ground speed alerts, fuel level, so your fuel guy knows when to go actually fill up the machines in the field in operation. Pretty limitless options. Whatever parameters you want visible to you and whatever notifications you want to deliver, this can be your platform to manage from a single point of access. All right, then we can move on to what is considered our farm tab. So from the farm tab, which is also a portion of the connected assets pages, we actually can run, sorry, this one's a little bit wide. There we go. That we can actually have an overview of our digital farming operation. Okay, So from this digital farming operation, this is data that is either loaded manually for historical data, like some of this, or loaded via telematics and file transfer as you're operating in the field today. Okay, what it gives us is a summary of activities, the actual weather events that have occurred within the last, 2 weeks? Yeah, something like that, 2 weeks within accuracy. As well as if you have division of crops or division of commodity, we can actually allocate those divisions of commodities as well. So you can track what acres are what and work with your agronomists even by creating a partnership through here, and then work with them on your prescriptions, your variable rate applications, and just the accessibility to your agronomic data. So we've really worked the portion of the ownership of the platform. So you have access to all of your operators' manuals, all of your equipment serial numbers, think the My Shed but improved. And then we've worked on to the fleet application, which is our digital connection to your machines, so we can remotely support and remotely work with those machines. And with correct activations, we actually have remote support tools for especially our next generation of machines with our PLM intelligence machines, right? We have remote assistance, but not remote support operation with those kinds of machines. And now we move on to the agronomic portion. And from this agronomic portion, we can actually drill right down into field operations. And of course, I've timed out. Whoa, that is going to be fun. Apologies, 1 second. Why is that happening? No, I think I actually just lost my farm access. Apologies, technical difficulties. So I'm in here, I go to here, I've created a whole new.
So actually, going back to the partnership and everything in terms of data, how it works with your agronomist, you can actually create an account for them that they have their own login credentials. They can jump in and they can actually have access, limited access that you define to your data to that platform. So they would actually have their own account. And you limit what is available. You can have them only access just obviously yield and agronomic data. You can do different things. So it is pretty handy. And as David is saying, the design of it is so that you have full access. We don't want you giving out your password. It is yours. We want you to administrate it, which for us as a dealer, obviously, we would like that partnership for you to give us access so that we can assist you. But again, that is 100% in your control and something that you have the ultimate decision on. So it's a tool to help us help you, but at the same time, it's something that you can choose to use or not. So we'll just see if David's getting pretty close here. We're rolling up. Okay. So just signing back in. So just give us a second. Sorry about that.
Yes, apologies for the delay here. All right, so we can get back to that high-level overview of what we were dealing with before. Apologies for the technical difficulties. Evidently pre-setting up and waiting for timeouts doesn't work very well. Okay, so we can go back into the agronomic portion. We can actually highlight these individual fields, see the operations in which they were operated, see the current weather conditions, and then we can go to an activity log, right? So we can see that we have a defined area. We know that we've had wheat as a cover crop, and that was the seed rate, and then they did 2 varieties of corn. Okay. Take a look at some of the weather information that's happened over that timeline. So we can see the last hour rainfall, last 24 hours of rainfall, as well as the daily rainfall over that time period. So very good agronomic tool to see the performance of your crop, and as well as you can tie your own personal weather stations into this platform as well. Okay, so this is the weather station provided by General Agronomic Proportions or Weather Canada or whatever you want to say. But we can also integrate things like a Farmer's Edge integration. We can work through scouting, we can work through activities, running through our applications, planting, harvesting. Right, you can see our product inputs, run through harvest tracking, just that high-level summary. So we can really dive into the high level of this platform, or we can dive deep into this platform, but what it is going to be, it's going to be a home for your agronomic data that you can partner with either your agronomist or take care of it and manage it yourself, or even partner with your dealerships if your dealerships are willing to take that responsibility, which few and far between, if I'm not mistaken, Chris, as agronomic data is your data. From a New Holland standpoint, your data is your data. We have no access to this without the permission that is delivered, as Chris has mentioned. So, with Rocky Mountain as your partner, obviously we can definitely work forward in creating a great digital environment and digital farming operation.
Yes. Okay, well, awesome. Thank you, David. If you guys have any questions, again, please do email us at aos@rockymtn.com. We're going to close up here, and we're going to move it back to Chad. So we're going to get going here right away. So yeah, thank you very much, David. And if you have any questions, please do reach out to us. Happy to help, happy to get those answered. And so Chad, we'll take it over to you. Thank you.
Okay, Chris, thank you very much. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate all that. So we'll start talking a little bit more about optimizing the equipment. So John's going to talk about the pickup heads, and then we'll move on to some optimization stuff. So go ahead, John.
Okay, thank you. So what we have in front of us here is a 790 CP header. This is a New Holland pickup head.
I can read most of them off. Just
This
off the
model
front.
that's in front of us here, it's a 15-foot model, which means it's 15 feet actually on the pickup belts. In the past, previous headers, like the one to my right over here, we called this one a 16-foot header, but it was 16 feet to the wheels. So that was actually only about 12.5 feet on the belts itself. So we call this a 15, we called that one a 16, but this is actually a bigger header. So but we actually call this a 15 because I think it's 14 feet, 9 inches or something on the belt. So overall to the outside of the wheels, it's closer to almost 18.5 feet or something like that. So just not to be confused by that from previous generation headers to this one. So okay, so 15-foot pickup belt. There's 3 belts on there. We've gone from having 7 or 8 belts in the past down to 3, and what that does is it cuts down the amount of gaps that we have between the belts and places to lose seeds through the belts. So right here we've only got the 2 versus 7 or 8 on our previous heads. So much improved over our older heads. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk over to the header here, and we're going to start pointing out a few things here. Starting at the front here, and I've already talked about the belts themselves. Just to finish on adjusting them. First of all, the picking height to the ground. The picking height of these actual fingers to the ground in here, this area in here, is adjusted on the wheels. This has the fixed wheel on it. It's done by just loosening a bolt on the side, and the wheel itself will pivot up and down. And that will adjust the picking height on the wheels. Now you really only have about 1 inch in there that you can adjust. If you find that you've got the wheels all the way down and you still want more picking height underneath the fingers, what you can do with this style is you take the whole wheel assembly off, take it off both sides and swap them around. And that'll give you a little bit more room underneath the fingers here. The second style of wheel that would go on here, and we don't have one here, but it's the castering wheel. So the castering wheel has an arm that sticks out with an actual wheel that will caster around. That one, same thing. You can adjust the height on that one by adjusting the axle on the wheel itself up and down to adjust the finger height. Same story with that one. If we need more than what that adjustment allows, there is kind of a little trick we can do. Now, I don't have one here to show you, but on that style of wheel, there is a spring that sits on top of the spindle. Or not the spindle, sorry, the kingpin. What you do is you take that apart and you put the spring underneath. And it'll give you, I don't know, another couple of inches under there. And it will pick that right up. And then you can use the wheels again to actually lower it back down to the height that you want. So there's lots of adjustability in those things, okay? Last thing with the belts is the tension on them. You adjust the tensions on the ends. There's draw bolts on there to adjust the tension. Now, all that does is adjust the tension on the end. In the center, if you need to adjust the center belt, the way to do it is you'll have to actually take the belt apart. And the rollers themselves, now I said this is a 15-foot pickup. The roller is not 15 feet long. It's actually cut in half. In the very center in there, there's 2 bearings in there on pillow blocks. What you would do is you'd have to take the center belt apart if you find it slipping, and you can actually just put washers underneath the bolts or underneath the bearings, and it'll shim that up. And you just put the belt back together if you need to adjust the center. Same story for the draper belt in behind, for the transition to the deck. Okay. On the wind guard here, we got 2 sets of fingers. We've got the straight ones and then we've got the curved ones. Let the camera in here. So we've got straight ones and we've got the curved ones. The curved ones are actually for short crops, grass seeds, short barley, things like that. If we don't need them, we got a big bushy crop of canola, they actually kind of get in the way, but all we have to do with these is just push them up, and give them a little squeeze, and they lock out of the way like that. So then they're right out of the way. And it's very easy to do that with all of them. Okay. So that's what those are about. The straight fingers are actually a fiberglass finger now. So if they happen to break off, they will just disintegrate in the combine. They won't get wrapped up around a rotor or something like that. Okay, so that's the actual pickup part of this head. Now I'm going to walk around the back here. So on our auger here, there's some adjustments that need to be made, or checked I should say, to the combine. The first thing that I'll mention here is we go back to kind of the beginning when we had the discussion about the feeder house. I'd mentioned that there is 3 different widths of feeder house. Now what we can do is we got to make sure that the pickup is set to your feeder house. Now the way you do that is you come around the back side here. If you guys want to come around here. We have these black plates that sit down in here, and they can be added or removed to match the opening on your feeder house. Now the way to tell, to try and figure out how do you set this up, how do I know what is needed? There is a nice decal here on the back side of the header with all the information you need with measurements on it. So here's the 3 feeder houses I was talking about. We have the CR with a 40-inch feeder house, CR with a 50-inch feeder house, and our CX combine. And then all the measurements that you would need there, and then a nice sticker or a nice picture here to kind of illustrate it. Now, this setup that I'm talking about right here doesn't just apply to a pickup header. It actually applies to all headers and all makes. So we want to make sure that that opening matches our feeder house. Now the other things that they talk about on there one of the main things that they talk about on that sticker is actually the position of these flightings on here too. There's pieces in the center here that can be added or removed. And they kind of follow the same story. They need to match the opening on the feeder house to feed the chain in the feeder house correctly. And the same story goes with those. Just match them up with your feeder house on the decal on the header. Okay, the last thing that I want to talk about on the auger here before we move on, and it doesn't talk about it on the picture there, is the fingers themselves. Now, one update that we did here a couple years ago is we went away from the plastic guides in here. We went to this steel ball and socket design in here. So it's a lot more robust and doesn't wear out like the plastic ones used to. There it is there. So we actually want to talk about the timing of these fingers too. So when I talk about timing, what I'm referring to is where the fingers are fully out and fully in. There is actually a timing procedure to these. And the timing that I'm going to tell you is the initial start point that I'd like you to work with is what I call 8 o'clock. So if you imagine the tube of the rotor as a clock, you want to see 8 o'clock, the fingers fully retracted. So on the back side here, this finger here is kind of approximately in that position. And you can see it sucked all the way in, and then it starts to come out again. That's a good starting point. That's kind of where I'd like to see it on a normal year. That's where you would probably want it. Now, to make that adjustment, there's an adjuster on the end here. We'll just go down here and we'll open the shield. This mechanism right here would adjust the timing of those fingers. All you'd have to do is you loosen off these 4 bolts here, and then you just put a wrench on the shaft, and you just twist it back and forth until you get the timing that you need. On some older headers, this tends to be a kind of an issue on older machines. You can actually get to a place where you can hit the end of the slot and still not have the timing you're looking for. What has happened is this hub was put on the shaft incorrectly. There's no master spline on here. and it can get put on in the wrong spot. So what you have to do then is you have to remove this bolt, remove these bolts, take the whole mechanism off, move over one spline, put it back together. Okay. And then you should be able to adjust the timing that you're looking for. Okay. On the drive shaft area, this is our drive shaft that you would hook up to the feeder house. This would drive the auger on the header. Inside here is our slip clutch. Now, a few years ago, we updated the slip clutch from a rotary pin type clutch to now this is a friction disc set up in here. Not a bad idea to burnish this. I don't have it apart to show you what it looks. Just imagine a slip disc type of a setup with bolts through it. So all you'd have to do is just loosen the bolts off, slip it, and then do them back up again. I would recommend just loosening off one turn, slip it, and then do them back up again to burnish it and make sure that it's working correctly. Hydraulic hookup, electrical hookup. This gauge right here, this is our flotation system for our pickup belts. It's tied into an accumulator. There's no springs on there. We use hydraulics with an accumulator for the spring system for the pickup. This is adjustable from the cab. It's done through the multifunction handle on the combine. Okay, and that's basically the pickup header in a nutshell.
Appreciate that. So we're going to go into some Q&A. We're just going to do a quick transition, get everybody back up here in the front, and then we'll be back right with you with a couple questions. We've got some coming in from the branches. So bear with us. It's going to be 20, 30 seconds. Thanks. Okay, thanks everybody. So we're back here. We're going to do a couple more questions and answers. We've got, I don't know, looks like 5 or 6 different questions. First one comes from Brent. Under what conditions would I change from 8 o'clock timing? I'm assuming that's on the heads?
On the finger timing, yes.
Yes.
And we may run into this year with a lighter crop out there. When I say 8 o'clock, I mean that's for normal conditions. With a lighter crop potentially out there, you may want to even shift that down to 7 o'clock just to keep product feeding properly. But I wouldn't move it unless there's an issue. I would try it first because it's fairly easy to adjust. So you know, I would try it first, and then if need be, play with it after that.
Okay, so there are some instances where you would find yourself.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Anything else?
Nope. Nope.
Okay, so next question, Aaron. And he writes, hi, is it possible to watch this all at a later date? Oh yes, this is a,
do you want to answer that,
lots
Chad?
of different questions. Yes, we will have this up again. So and if any of you guys here want to see yourselves on camera, you will be able to later. Likely it's going to be on our website, but we will share that with the customers as well. So yes, it will be. Skylar, I believe in Grimshaw, who has been very active. We find our combine with OptiSpread creates a lot more dust, causing the air filter to clog very quickly. Is this a common issue? And I'm going to throw in there, is there anything that you can do to change that?
So just before, I know we're dealing with a combine in another location right now that's having similar issues with OptiSpread. I don't know if it's as much the OptiSpread. It'd be interesting to know what vintage that combine is. Model year 20s, we're finding we're having some chaff buildup. The rotary screen might not be, it might be, if you want to say, flexing too much and keeping some of that buildup chaff in there, which is creating the air filters to plug up a little bit more. I don't know if it's a specific OptiSpread issue, I guess, is what I'm getting at more than anything. So it'd be interesting to find out what year that combine is.
Yeah.
Wait till it snows, there's less dust.
That's a true story. Wait till it snows, yeah.
All too often we've had to do that, though, unfortunately, right?
It does bring up an interesting point, though, about the air filter itself. And we may cover some of that here when we do a walk around on the combine here, but I guess this would be a good place as any to talk about it. Sometimes you have to follow the path of how the air gets to the filter.
Yeah.
And in this case, again, it would be nice to know the vintage of the machine, if it's only a year or two old, or if it's 5 or 10 years old.
Hang on. Skylar, if you're watching and it's live, we know it's live, let us know what year and what model we're talking about here.
But for the most part, they all kind of draw the air the same way. For the most part, they all pull it through the rotary screen.
Yeah.
So keeping that in mind, there's a few things to check. Number one is obviously the condition of the screen, the rotary screen. Make sure there's no holes in it. Make sure the horsehair around it is functioning correctly and isn't plugged or missing. And the door itself, make sure it's straight, properly sealed and shut, and that there's a rubber seal around it. Make sure that that's in good condition and is there and hasn't been ripped out or something like that. And I mean, this is going to sound kind of stupid, but did you back into a tree with it and you got a hole in the screen? It happens. You know, sometimes things like that happen.
I was going to say stupid, but make sure it's turning because those bearings wear out on that cross shaft.
Yeah,
right?
that's the other thing too, is make sure that thing's spinning correctly and that it's not wobbling around up there and that there's an issue with the screen. After all that's been taken care of, I kind of have a follow-up question is, are you having troubles with the radiator too? Is it plugging up rather quickly because it draws its air from the same place? Then the next thing after that would be the aspirator system. Is it functioning correctly? Is it doing its job to remove the heavy debris out of the filter, or out of the air before it gets to the filter? And is the Venturi system on the muffler working correctly? Because that all plays a role in that as well too.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, so Skylar's got another one here. I'm curious about concave adjustments and tuning. Not the clearance adjustment from the cab, but the fine tuning of the concave front and rear and side to side tilt. I hear you can get a better sample adjusting that properly.
Yes.
Yep.
The book is going to suggest that you basically get the concave as flat all the way around as you can. And there's a pretty good description of the adjustment in the operator's manual and how to do that. That gets you pretty much most of the way there. I would try that first, and if you find that's working, I would just leave it alone. After that, I've heard from other dealers and other people that have been around the machines that once you're at that point, what you can do is actually pull the concaves out. So on the adjusters on the side, you can actually shift them out. Essentially what you're doing is you're shifting the pinch point of the rotor to the concave is what you're doing. I've heard that that will help as well.
Okay.
In some conditions, yeah.
Good. Any questions in the audience here in Camrose? No? Good, all right. Last question that we have coming from from our online audience. PSD belt is plugging under tougher conditions. With
So PSD is plugging under tough conditions?
Yeah, hold on. With OptiSpread, mainly straight cutting canola. I was told there is a plate that has been made up to reduce turbulence in the chopper. Is this really available?
We covered that just before lunch.
Yeah, we did cover that before lunch. Yeah, again, it's not available through parts yet. It's being built through parts. I don't believe it's available through parts, but I know there's a knowledge article through THD. So for contact your FSMs, your field service managers. There is a THD, or an assist, if you guys have heard either one of those. Technical help desk is what THD stands for, and there is a knowledge article or a KA about it. If they're not in the part system, they're going to be. Many dealers have gone to an outside source to louver, either take the plate off that's there and louver it, or build a new plate that's louvered. Again, we're talking about that air pressure coming up and the air pressure coming down from the chopper and the OptiSpread and plugging up in behind there. So we need to exhaust that air, so get a louvered plate, but have that customer talk to their dealer and have them, their service department, have them talk to their FSM.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So we did get a response from Skylar.
Perfect. So the live interaction's working?
It is actually working.
Awesome.
So it is a 2012 9090.
12. Oh, okay.
Okay. And then we actually have
I
another
have a follow-up question.
Yeah.
9090. Is it a elevation combine or is it a Grand Island combine?
It's a 12, so
it could be either.
Okay, we'll wait for that reply.
That is a true story.
Meanwhile, there's a question.
Ask him if he's got 2 rotary screens or 1 rotary screen.
You're asking him right now.
Sorry.
Yeah.
What's his name again?
Skylar.
Skylar, do you have 2 rotary screens or 1 rotary screen? I'm assuming 1 if he's, but.
We'll wait for that response. Someone chimed in here that the pre-filter is probably clogged. We'll be taking that apart and cleaning it properly.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we will get back to Skylar's after he answers, or she, I guess. They, them, des. Anyway, we'll get back to them on our next round of Q&As. So 60 seconds, we'll be back. We're going to start doing a service walk-around with John and our own Greg Law here in the next 60 seconds. Up, yes. We'll be back. Okay, welcome back. So we're being joined now by Greg Law. It's the first time he's appeared today. He's one of our AOS specialists here at Rocky Mountain Equipment. He's going to, along with John, go over some of the ways to optimize some of the legacy type machines and some of the older machines and how to get them to run proper and get the most out of your combine. So with that, I'll leave it up to John and Greg, and they'll take you for the next 20, 30 minutes.
Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to start at the front of the combine. I'm going to talk about probably new stuff and legacy stuff. We'll kind of try and mix it all together here because a lot of the stuff is similar between the two. First of all, we'll start with the very front here with the face plate and with hooking up a header. So these little hooks right here, once you've got the header on here, these hooks here will latch into the header and will hold the header from falling off. Now there is some adjustment on the left-hand side of the machine here on this handle here. There's some adjustments here to get the latch to lock into on the header correctly. Some headers will actually have the ability to adjust the pin. As part of the adjustment, there would be like a pin right here on the header that it would latch into. On some headers, you can actually adjust that, and that's part of the adjustment. You want to make sure that that's adjusted correctly so that the header doesn't fall off of the feeder house. So with the hooking up of the header, so we're going to pick it up. We're going to latch that on there. We'll take our hydraulics, and they're a 1-point hookup, and there's just a lever on the header that would over center and latch them into place. Once that's done up, then you've got your electrical harness. Now the electrical harness would have a plug that you would just hook into on the header. Now what I recommend with this, when you're hooking this one up, is to actually take this and loop it through here, through this handle right here on this header latch, and then hook it up. The reason for that is that when you go to unhook the head, when you undo the latch, it will only go back so far, and it won't actually even unlatch, and the harness will actually physically be in the way. And that's a good thing, because you won't forget to unhook this at that point. I bring this up because, well, it's happened. So just keep that in mind when you're hooking up a header, that it's a good idea to run your electrical harness through here.
And something else to add to when you're hooking up your headers, anytime you go to hook up your electronics, make sure you shut the combine off. There is header recognition modules on every header, and if you hook your power plug up with the combine running, it's still going to think you have your previous head on. So when you pick the header up, shut the combine off, then go out, connect your electrical, connect your hydraulics, and it will then recognize the stored values in your straight cut header or your pickup head.
It's always a good idea, regardless of the connector on the combine, if you have to open it up and check something out, to always make sure the key is off. You don't ever want to hook and unhook a harness with power flowing through the pins, because you can cause arcing across the pins, and that's never a good thing, to burn the pins. It's always a good idea when you're doing this to just shut the engine off. And I believe, at least you used to be able to, if for some reason you didn't follow my instructions a minute ago and you did hurt this, you can actually buy the connector through parts, and the service manual will have all the pin layout to get this back together again. You don't have to buy the whole harness. It can be repaired. Okay, so just going around the feeder house here, if you guys want to come in here with that camera, I just want to show that sleeve that I talked about earlier, what I'd mentioned for the feeder chain. This is the sleeve right here that I talked about. There was a question earlier about this for when to pull a feeder, a link out of the chain. This is the sleeve here that I was talking about. So as you tighten the chain up, this will actually tighten down, and this gap will go away. And when you get down on this sleeve, that's when it's time to pull a half link out of the chain. Okay. This is a DFR machine, so we've got our DFR drum right here. This here is our lever for opening the sump and dumping the rocks out. And it's just as simple as just pushing up on it. You push up on it, you dump the rocks out, pull down, close it, and you're done. Now somebody had asked the question too earlier is how do we know when to open this? Is there a sensor on it that tells us when it's full? We've already addressed that, we said no. I'm gonna answer one more question here. No, there is not a sensor on this to tell you if it's open or not. So in the open position, you can actually combine with this open. So just be aware of that. There isn't a sensor on this, at least not yet. I think that's something that's in the works, but just something to be aware of.
On another piece of information to keep in mind, in I think it was model year 2017.
Yep.
They changed the main drive shaft for the head
here
to a 1000 spline from a 540. So make sure if you've traded combines or traded headers, before you get to the field or put your header on for the first time, just double check that you got the right PTO shafts to fit the combine that you currently own. It's a quick change on your half shaft of your header. You can change the yoke as well.
Yep.
So there is options. You don't have to buy the whole PTO shaft.
Yep.
So just a quick check before you head for the field.
And no cheater shafts.
Yes.
Please don't put a cheater shaft in there. It does not work. Okay, I guess moving around the side of the machine here. I'm just going to kick this ladder out of the way. Oh, don't go too far. Right in here, we're going to talk about the drive wheels for a minute. So on our drive wheels here, we've got all our bolts in here. Now this was all torqued and set up correctly at PDI, but you know, just like anything, they're wheel bolts and they do need to be rechecked from time to time. The recommended check on them from new is to check them daily until they retain their torque. Sometimes that might be a little bit hard to do, but the message that I want to give here is that those do need to be checked, and they should probably be checked at minimum before the season starts. Reason for that is there can be a bolt that's still here. It looks fine when you do a visual check, but when you put a wrench to it, if there's an issue with the bolt, it will break. And I'd rather you find that before harvest starts than find out halfway through harvest that you've got wheel bolts that are failing on you. So it's a good idea to check these from time to time, just to make sure, also to make sure that they're properly tightened, because you don't want to lose these wheels in the field.
And typically on PDI, we will take a paint pen and we'll draw a line and mark it. So it'll be a quick glance too to see if one of the wheel nuts is backed off.
Yeah. Now, before we move on, somebody's going to come back to me and say, well, what do I torque them to? Follow the instructions in your operator's manual for your model of combine, because over the years that number has changed. Some of them were a certain torque and these ones are a different one. It just depends on the wheel and nut setup in here and the age of the machine. So what I would say is make sure you're following the instructions in your operator's manual. And if you're having troubles getting it dealt with and figuring it out, please phone your service department. They'll help you out with it. This is a critical one. Don't overlook this. Okay? You want to talk about the RAS bars?
So part of your preseason check, we're getting closer to harvest. A lot of the harvest last year was very tough thrashing. There was a lot of wear on certain items. Here's a comparison to a new S-Cube Rasbar rotor and a used one. So CR combines are built on grain to grain thrashing. So when you got worn out components like this, to me this causes grain loss. So just have a quick look at your combines, pull the pull the rotor, or pull the concave out and have a quick look. I mean, it's a 10-minute job. If these are worn, contact your service department or parts department and get some replacements. They definitely more than pay for themselves. So.
It's kind of the same story for the concave itself too. If it's badly worn as well too, it can cause that. So the combination of the two. So sometimes a new set of rasp bars and a new concave would almost essentially make it a brand new combine again. In the part that, or the part of the combine that matters the most. So. Okay, we've got some components laying out here. We've already talked about these rethrash doors. Right here we've got, there's these two plates right here. These are our awning plates that would go in the underneath the concave to blank them out. Greg's going to demonstrate where they go.
So typically, we will always blank off the front third. There may be scenarios where you're in some lighter crop that you may see benefit with the blank offs in the first and second. This is all variant on your crop and typically only used in wheat is the main benefit. I did see last year of some benefit with pod shatter canola of having a segment in the middle of the concave. So when you go to insert these, on the back side of the concave, there's actually an ear that will clip down over top of these. I've pulled many of these out and they'll be completely flattened out. And that is caused from not being caught on the back side of the concave. So when you go to install these, just follow the concave around. Just follow it all the way around and eventually you'll get to that point where they'll pop right up in there. So just something to keep an eye on when you install them. Anything to add to that?
The only thing I was going to add to that is generally, I would say only put these in as needed. If you can get away without these in there, by all means.
Yeah.
But I have a funny feeling the way the crop's looking this year, these might get used a little more than normal. Just due to the fact that it's going to be a lighter crop, just to hold material in the rotors to get them to do the job they need to do. So.
If you're getting white caps in your wheat, that's usually a good sign that you need those. So.
Yeah. So there's two per side. No more than, and always put them in either the front or the middle section. Don't put them on the back.
On the back, yeah.
Absolutely.
I asked earlier, but you didn't answer. Can you change the segments in a rotor without balancing? Doing it inside.
So we've got a question here, and what it is so here's the scenario. We've got some rotors that have wore out rasp bars. We need to replace them with new ones. So the question is can we just replace them without balancing the rotors? And I'm going to throw that one at Greg because he works in the dealer. What do you guys typically recommend for that?
Typically, when we're changing all the rasp bars, we will pull the rotors. There's your opportunity to change them. If you're just doing leading rasp bars, sometimes you can roll the dice and you're okay. You'll know right away. When you put the rotors in neutral, you spin them, and if they keep coming back to that same spot, chances are they're going to vibrate. Sometimes the vibration goes away, but normally it gets worse. So it's kind of if you do one, because what happens on the back side of these is this pocket will be right full of dirt. So when the rotors are out and you're replacing all of these, they all come off. So all that dirt is loosened up. But then if you're only changing one or two, say you damaged one, well, chances are your rotors are going to vibrate because there's still dirt on the other two opposite of the original one. So Every scenario is a little different. If you're lucky, yeah, you can change the leading ones and not have to pull the rotor.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't sell them individually. You'll have to buy them in a set of 3. There'll be a match set of 3,
Match
so
set,
you would
yep.
change all 3 all the way around.
Yep.
So,
But
you can roll
typically,
the
if you're
dice and
changing
try
them
it.
all,
Yeah.
the rotors you're at a stage where the rotors are probably coming out. So
Yeah.
That's the same with twin pitch?
twin pitch as well.
Yeah. Yeah, good question. The next thing that's laying here, it was removed just for access into the machine here. We've got a cover here. Now this cover goes at the top of the tailings auger here. It just fits into place up here. Now, okay. Now what I'm going to say about this is it's off, so we're going to talk about it. This little pin that's right here is designed to lock it in place. On some of the older machines, there was a point, I don't remember when we actually started doing this, there's older machines that we never even put this on. This is to keep it from popping off. The message I'm going to give you is this, is that you need to figure out a way to tie these up somehow. Because what can happen if these pop off, now just imagine this, you're in the field, this is in here, it pops off. Now you got to think this door's closed. This door's closed and the shield's down. This pops off, it's going to get funneled right down into the cleaning fan. And this is going to cause some major damage if it falls down in there. So my message is this, be creative, I don't care, you can do whatever you want, but just through here and tie it up to this handle up here. Sometimes a long black zip tie works. Yep. I've seen just cheap swing set chain from PV Mart or tarp strap, anything. Just be creative. Tie this up somehow so that it can't fall down in here. Do it on both sides of the machine because this is the same story on the other side. Yeah. So that's kind of my message with this, is to make sure that this is tied up somehow.
Another thing to check quickly, in here there's a paddle that's your return load in your funnel. I've seen it where all of a sudden the funnel goes right to the max, and you'll check it, but there's no product in it. And what will happen is sitting over winter, I've seen these paddles seize, and they won't move anymore. So just have a quick look, pop this cover off, make sure that is free and moving, and make sure the pin hasn't moved out as well. I've seen that paddle completely gone. So just as taking it out of the shed, have a quick look at that.
Yep. Yep, that swinging paddle is how it measures tailings load. Just a couple of service points up here. Up here is our loading auger system. There's a gearbox down here with oil in it to check or change, probably be changed annually. It's just gear lube in there. And then there's a clean out door here, and then there's actually one on the bottom here. Rain can be an interesting scenario with this, whether you have a power folding top or not. Rain can collect in the grain tank. And if you get a long period of time where you get quite a bit of rain, and if the machine is sitting out in it, it can build up in the bottom there. Now, I've seen and heard of situations where water can actually get deep enough on there where it can actually find its way through the seal down into the gearbox. And then when you go to open that up, that guy up right there, and let that water out, you'll get a big bath.
You'll get a bath.
You'll get a bath. If that's the case, what I would do is I would check the fluid in that gearbox. If you find water in there, change it. It's probably a good idea to check it in that scenario. If you find a bunch of water in there. If there's no water in there and the oil looks good, you're probably okay. But it's something to check if it sits in a long period of time out in the rain. Speaking of the unloading auger, so we've got a gearbox down here. I'm going to ask everybody out there, is there another gearbox in the unloading auger system? The elbow. So up in the top in the overhead auger in the elbow, there's a gearbox in there and it has oil in it. So don't forget about that when you're doing your checkovers. There's an access door up there and you can get into it and you can check it. So just don't forget about it. Okay, so we talked about these little tailings doors earlier. Those get installed in this housing right here. This is one of those little windows that I talked about that you can open up to get in there and inspect. Little tip with those, make sure that they're there and that they're done up. I've seen machines where we've been chasing, we're trying to figure out why there's a leak in the field, why there's a trail of grain in the field, and we chase it up to the combine and find one of those just loose. Close that up and away we go. So there's 2 of them on each one, so just make sure you check those. Batteries are under here. They're accessed by removing all the little rubber straps. You have to actually remove the clean grain, the shoe drive belt, I'm sorry. But there's an over center mechanism on here. All you need is a crescent wrench and it just pops right off. And then you can get right into the batteries. Now, the reason why I bring this up is there is actually some fuses in here. There's fuses in the cab, but there is a fuse panel under here, and the chart for it is right here on the door. So there is some fuses down here. We didn't take the door off, but it is in there. The main gearbox up here, I'll just climb up here and show you where it is. Up in here, there is a sight glass in here to check the fluid in there. Right there. Got it? Okay. So there's 2 lines there. There's a red line and a green line. You want to make sure that the fluid is between those 2 lines. You don't want to be overfilled or underfilled. Sight glass. Every day. You should check it every day.
Hot or cold? Hot or
Cold.
cold?
Cold. Beginning of the morning.
Another note, we've seen scenarios where you will get a high temp alarm. And sometimes it is actually caused by the gearbox being overfilled.
Yep.
So just keep that in mind. It is pretty crucial that it is between those 2 lines.
Yep.
And when you check it, like any fluid level, make sure your combine's sitting on level ground, because that can change things a lot too. So
yeah, that's why I mentioned that it has to be in that range, because underfilled, overfilled, it can cause heating problems.
Yeah. Something else to mention. Typically, a lot of people will, at the end of the season, change oil, do their servicing, or prior to. Just have a quick look that all these valves are closed on your oil pan, hydraulic gearbox valves. Just to double check, right? It takes 2 seconds to have a look to make sure that they're all closed off. Another note, up in this area as well, is you got your 2 rotor gearbox. So on the back side of each rotor, there is a gearbox specifically for that rotor. And there's sight glasses on them. So make sure you got good oil levels in those as well. And that there's no, that area is clean of debris and any straw residual. And that there's no oil leaks on those rotor gearboxes. Check your owner's manual for recommended hours of oil change intervals on those gearboxes. Sometimes they get kind of forgotten. They're not the nicest area, but if you have any questions, please call your local service department.
Yeah. The last thing I wanted to mention before we kind of move away from this area was this rear door in here gives you access to the separating area of the rotor, but it also gives you access to the pre-sieve, because the pre-sieve is accessed through there. So if you need to get at it to calibrate it, look at it, clean it, you can get at it through these rear doors on either side of the combine for inspection and for checking it. Okay, where should we go next here?
Chopper? Yes, I don't know.
Chopper, you want to talk about the chaff spreaders there?
Sure. So on...
You want me to let them down?
Yeah. So as John spoke earlier, there's definitely over the years there's been different models, styles of chaff spreaders design. He spoke earlier about these covers on 2018 models, 2019 models. There has been an update to those covers. So I have seen those in those certain model years, those covers are starting to show some wear. So that helps with, make sure those covers are in good shape because that will increase spread width. So yeah, I'm not sure what else.
This updated chaff spreader went on in 2018, and with it, we also got the ability to be able to adjust the speed of it from the cab. The old chaff spreader just had a valve on the side of the machine here, and pretty much everybody just turned it all the way up and just left it there because it only spread to 25, 30 feet. This chaff spreader design should spread to 45 feet, maybe even beyond. And it is adjustable from the cab. So you just adjust the speed of the spreaders to adjust the width of your spread. So you should be able to match your chaff out to the size of your header with this chaff spreader design.
I have seen in certain scenarios, going back to alluding to the speed, in canola, I've seen it where if these are running at full RPM, they will change the flow or the air pressure of the shoe. And I've seen it where they'll actually suck canola off the shoe because they're turning too fast. So bear that in mind. That's a good opportunity to, if you're doing a drop test, is maybe you have that set at 700 RPM and try it. But then maybe try dropping it down 200 RPM and go to about 500 and see if your loss changes, if you're struggling with your sieve loss.
Yeah, they're an airflow based type of a fan, so they draw a lot of air, and when they're up, they draw from inside the combine. So yeah, it can cause an issue there if you're not careful. Only run them as fast as you need.
Yeah. Venture into the chopper.
Chopper's kind of hard to see. I mean, this is the body of it here. The belt is underneath this big shield here. There is a high-low on it. Really, in Western Canada, we don't even talk about low. It's kind of more just for corn. We pretty much just leave it in high and don't ever change it. These combines will go to their grave with the paint still on the low-speed shiv. So I never looked in there. Is this a 4 or a 6-row chopper? I'm not even sure.
4.
I think it's just a 4. Okay. This one does have, from the looks of things, does it have the remote?
No,
system?
manual.
It's just manual?
Manual
okay. So this board can go up and down. Right now it's in the lowered position. In that position we would be dropping straw. Greg's going to put it up here. In the upper position, this is where you would be spreading in the chopping position. And then there was mention made earlier when we are dropping straw about being able to adjust the windrow that falls on the ground and is done with these fingers right here. You can narrow them up or they're out in the wide position right now. But all you would do is, and of course there's paint on them because they're new. I'm gonna stand in front of it here. There. And you can narrow them up to narrow up the windrow that's left on the ground.
So underneath here as well,
You're good.
there's adjustments for your tail fins. So you can change your spread pattern on the go from the cab. On this machine, they're cab controlled. Other machines, they're manual control. One thing about the cab controlled ones is this track will generally fill up with chaff. So I recommend anyone that is using this feature daily, part of your maintenance in the morning, make sure that's blown out and cleared out. Because what will happen is if, say you shut down at night, you get 3 days of rain, we can only hope for that this year. You'll get a buildup in there. And that chaff, when you come back, your fins, tail fins will not move. They'll go to one position, they'll sit there and give you alarms in the cab. So kind of make it a daily ritual that you're cleaning that track out, blowing it out.
Yep. And then you have this ability to lift this board up to get in here and clean too, so with a leaf blower or whatever you use.
So a couple things just before we run away there. Chopper knives. Here's a couple examples of chopper knives that are probably, this could have been 200 hours worth last year. Yeah, just different varieties. So if your knife looks like that, please get them flipped. I mean, you got the opportunity to use the other side yet, so take the time, flip your chopper knives. If both sides are gone, time for new knives. On some of the chopper knives as well, not all of them, but there'll be a set of wind knives as well, and that gives you your spread. That creates that force coming out of the chopper to get your full spread. So if you can look up inside the chopper here quickly, you should be able to see that set of wind knives. You can see the straight blades, and then you can see the other wind knives. And those wind knives are just as crucial as the chopper knives. So
there's the wind knife right there.
I replaced what was on it. So if there was a wind knife there, I'd put one on. I wouldn't. Same thing, the choppers are kind of balanced as well. They're built with that amount of chopper knives and wind knives. So I don't know if I'd be removing or replacing, but maybe John.
OptiSpread will have all straights.
Yeah.
OptiSpread should be all straights. Yeah. But yeah, I would just put the same pattern back in that was there.
Pattern, yeah.
Yeah.
And there is also left and right wind knives as well. So if you're going to parts to get them, just remember that you need a left and a right set. So.
You don't have to have that bar in all the way.
Yeah.
I run them right about here.
Yeah.
You can get 2 years out of them that way.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the, so what he's pointing at here is this is actually the adjustment for the stationary knives and how deep they are in there. Right now they're in the mid position. So you've got 3 positions here. Okay, we want to talk about that moisture sensor now.
Just as a quick service note, this is the main rotor drive belt. Every CR combine has got, there's been different belts, different shivs, but the idea is still that's the rotor drive, main rotor drive. There's a high and low shifter lever. They have come out with an updated lever, I see. So if you got like a 2018 to 2020, 2021 actually.
19 and 20.
19 and 20?
Yeah.
They had a flat bar in there. And those flat bars would have a tendency of bending if you weren't cautious trying to get it in high or low range. So they have come out with an updated handle. Check with your parts department. That's just been a new release, so you should.
There is instructions in the assist system on how to modify the flat bar one and make it work too.
Yeah.
So
service intervals, the front shiv shows 10-hour grease nipples, but the back shiv only shows 50. Grease them daily. Do them both. I wish they'd take that 50-hour sticker and put a 10-hour on there. Grease your rotors daily. And please, make sure you speed them up, slow them down. Speed them up, slow them down, and reset them. There is a grease procedure on some combines that you can go in there and hit. It's under your procedure tab, and it will move the variators themselves. So after you've greased them. So just, yeah, make it a daily event.
Yep.
You gonna go through the camera? Or?
yeah, so down here we have this box right here is our moisture sensor. The moisture sensor itself is actually this little guy right here. There's a nut here and a nut here. If you take those off, you pull it out, there's like a steel fin that's on there. And that's the actual sensor itself. There's a clean out auger in there. We've taken it out here already. It goes up in here. You take that out, clean it out. Now, what can happen in here is Pease is a good example of this because they like to get jammed in there and stall the auger out, and then it'll pop the fuse. On combines up until last year, so I want to say even model year 19 combines had this. If you were non-automation and in anything older than that, they all had a inline fuse up back here behind the elevator in the harness. It was a 5-amp fuse. Starting in, I want to say it was 19.
I think so, yeah.
I think it was in model year 19. It might have been when the automation come around. So if you have a combine with automation, there's no fuse out here. The fuse is actually in the panel in the cab. And I believe it's called bypass motor or auger or something like that. Yeah. I think it's a 20-amp fuse. I cannot remember the amperage on it, or maybe it's a 15. I don't remember, but either way, the story is that it is actually in the fuse panel in the cab with automation combines. But you service this the same way as we have all along. If this jams up, you need to pull it out and clean it out and that sort of thing. With the automation combines now, we have this grain cam. Now we've taken it off and it's just kind of hanging on the harness here, but this is the grain cam. It's just pinned on the side of the moisture sensor. So that's where it's taken its pictures for the automation. It's actually in the moisture meter. So, some issues that can arise here. Number one, if the bypass motor isn't running, if you've got something in there that's jammed at like a rock or a pea or whatever, and that bypass motor isn't running, the automation's not going to see a fresh sample. And your moisture sensor isn't going to work, so you're going to have two things that aren't working. And the lens on this camera sometimes has been known to get a little bit dirty. Usually it's related to dust and static. Mud, any of those kinds of scenarios, I've never had an issue with mud or wet grain getting stuck to it, but I don't know, maybe there's the odd place that it's happened, but for the most part, I believe it's been dust, and static has been more the issue with it.
I had a scenario last year with straight cut and canola. The canola stalks would not cure, and they were very green. And I had a customer called, complaints about his automation no longer working. I went out, first thing I did was pull his camera, and it was completely green. That camera could not read anything, and
there you go.
It took quite a bit to get that product off there. I actually, cleaning those, just take a soft cloth and a little bit of water, and that's the best solution to clean them up, wipe them off, and yeah, go again.
Okay, there you go. That's a first for me. I've never heard of that one.
Yep.
Okay.
His moisture meter fin also looked exactly the same.
Yeah. So the moisture meter needed to be cleaned too, and treat it with the same. Be as delicate with it too.
Yep.
Get it cleaned up and yeah. Okay. So that's the moisture meter. It's kind of dual purpose now. They're like with the camera for the automation being there. It's part of the program there now too. So. Okay, part of the automation as well. Now you can't see it, but they do have air pressure sensors inside the cleaning shoe. What we're doing there is we're measuring air pressure above and below the top sieves. So essentially what it can do is we're measuring load on the shoe. And the automation uses that as part of the algorithm, how to figure out how to keep the combine set. They're hard to see because they're tucked up in there, but they are actually measuring air pressure in the cleaning shoe.
So something along those lines, if you were a fan of your pressure washer, and some people are, there's been scenarios where we're doing some winter combining when we don't want to be, and you have to get the pressure washer in there. Those pressure sensors, they're just on the top of the top sieve towards the rear. Take a chunk of duct tape and put over top of those before you go in there with your pressure washer, because once those sensors fill up with water, you're replacing them. And the parts department will be happy to sell them to you again. So.
Yeah. It's always a good idea to pull the sieves if you need to do that kind of washing.
Yeah.
Really, most of your maintenance is going to be right here.
Just cleaning.
Just cleaning this. And for the most part, it's not going to give you a lot of trouble.
Those don't get dirty?
The pressure sensors? No.
I haven't had troubles with them.
No.
No.
Can you spray that camera with anti-static to help a bit?
Yeah, and so the question is can we spray the camera with anti-static? And the answer is I don't think I would spray it right on the lens. I'd maybe spray it on the outside of it if you wanted to do something like that. But that's an interesting scenario. One thing that I do recommend is that if it is covered with dust, don't just take a rag and wipe it, because a rag has a lot of static in it, and you could actually end up making the static worse.
Yeah.
You get it clean, you get going again, it's dirty again in 20 minutes, and you're out there doing it again. What I have found is an air compressor. To blow it off tends to work better. Now, if you don't have the air compressor on the combine, where do you get one, right? But what I recommend is just those keyboard dusters from Staples. Just keep a can of that in your cab, and you can just blow it off with that. Because those are supposed to be anti-static as well. So that's kind of what I was thinking. I don't know. I've got limited experience sitting in the cab. There's some people that have sat in these cabs for hundreds of hours with these things. I don't know if anybody else has got any other suggestions for that, but that was kind of my thought.
Yeah, I've had more issues with stuff sticking to them.
Okay.
But that's my area, right?
Yeah.
So
okay.
Every area scenario will be different.
Yeah.
But the dust sticks worse because of the static.
Yeah.
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 Seems worse in canola.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never had a warning come up in anything else but canola.
Yeah.
Canola. Yep.
Yep. And again, it can depend on the year too.
I mean, it's a glass lens, so an anti-static should be fine, but I don't.
Yeah.
John, did you mention that you don't have to stop as soon as it plugs on? You don't have to stop immediately once it dusts up now?
Yes, there is this feature, I think it's built into the software now, where it does limit the ability of it, but it doesn't completely shut the system off if it does show that it's dirty. So you can get to the end of the row or something, get to where you get out of the way so that you can, if you've got multiple machines in the field, so you're not stopping the whole operation for you to clean your camera, right? So.
One problem I had last year was in canola, and I'm pretty sure my calibrations were correct. I reset it, get it where I wanted, pretty quick, fill up with canola pods. Kept doing it to me, so I finally went on manual so I could keep it. Then I talked to Greg about it. He said, well, you should have used that stops where it won't go below a certain point on the calibration.
Okay.
And that was something that I wish I'd known sooner.
Oh, you're talking on the pre-sieve.
On the pre-sieve.
Yeah.
Like on the range tabs.
The range tab, yeah. Yeah, you can set some limits in there, yeah.
So the question was from the customer. He was talking of the parameters that the automation wanted were bigger than he wanted to allow. He was struggling with pods in the combine coming through to the grain tank. So in about 2020, I think it was, they added into the software, there's ranges in there. So basically everything other than your concave setting, you can adjust and give it a minimum and a maximum setting. So in the example with the pods coming into the grain tank, what was happening is the pre-sieve would open up too far. So in that scenario, you can set your pre-sieve so it only opens no more than 3/16 of an inch if you want. And you could set it at a minimum of 1/8. So that's a perfect example where the automation is only as good as the information we give it. And now that we got those range tabs, we can set those parameters for the automation. And it's been a learning curve for everyone. And we're, as dealers and as customers, we're starting to understand this system more and more.
Yep.
And it's changed my way of setting a combine as well.
Yeah.
So.
And with that point, I do come back to the point I made earlier when I was talking about the cleaning shoe is with automation, it's very key that the pre-sieve and the upper sieve are calibrated correctly, especially in canola. Close enough isn't good enough. It's got to be bang on. Then I would start doing that. I wouldn't just automatically just start limiting it. I would make sure that it's set right.
The reason I think it was right is when I set it manually where I wanted it, it was right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it sort of told me that it was right.
Yeah.
There has been scenarios too as well that we've had combines that we've had to come out and pull piano wires out of the pre-sieves. Pre-sieve and upper sieve they're too tight. They work fine brand new. You start getting build up of chaff in the sieves, and those motors, those Lin actuators don't have enough power to open and close them. So we've had scenarios where pre-sieves won't close. They'll stay locked at a certain position. So yeah, just bear that in mind, please. If you have a combine that you cannot move the pre-sieve, please let us know.
Yep.
Because we do have cures for this, so. Yeah, I guess moving on. Combine's been sitting for the winter. Just check your half moons on the end of your grain tank. That's one of the ones that you'll see the trail of grain in the field at some point, so. Been there, done that. Takes a long time to fill them up. There's a lot of grain comes out of there in a short time. Yeah. Guess we really didn't talk about the tensioner on the clean grain.
I did kind of mention it earlier, but yeah, that tensioner is right here for the chain tension on the elevator chain. This is that tensioner right here.
Any other questions over here on this side, or?
Chad, have we got any other questions coming from elsewhere?
I guess we could talk about the DSP.
We could talk about that a little bit more, yeah.
Yeah. I guess you want to lead into the.
So on this side here, this is our drive for the DFR system, dynamic feed roller. We're on the bigger pulley right now. That is the low speed drive. And that's actually the way it comes from the factory now starting this year. So it's in the position that I recommend that we run it in now. To change it, you actually have to physically change the belt. And there is a second belt that comes with the machine. You would undo the tensioners, you take the belt off, you remove the outside pulley, and then you can put the other pulley on for high speed. High speed's 1100 RPM. And low is 640. I recommend 640 for a number of different reasons, and the biggest one is that it turns this drum approximately the same speed that the chain is moving at. So it just, we're not trying to use it as an accelerator. It's more there for stone protection, but it is there for feeding as well too, and there's no need to use it as an accelerator. It should be there just to kind of help keeping the product moving along, and at that speed, it's a good speed to match the feeder chain. So there is a reverser option for this as well. We don't have it on this machine. It would mount in this area right here. There'd be like a cylinder that would sit here. And then there's like a crown gear and a ratchet that goes on, and it's operated by the computer. There's no need to get out of the cab with it if it's needed, and it is actually optional to add after the fact if you don't get it from the factory. And this is model year 19 and on only. So model years 18 and older will not take the reverser from the factory.
But I caution, if you have that feature, if that stops, there's a reason. So caution, just hitting the procedure button and backing it up. There could be a big rock jammed in there. So yeah, just be cautious on that. The other thing to double check is there's two tensioners on the main drive belt and the I can jump up here. This tensioner and that tensioner, check those daily. We want to make sure that they are within spec on the guide. I tell people at my clinics that if there's any belt that you over tension by a little bit, it's these two belts. And it will save you a lot of grief when that 8, 9 o'clock at night comes and you're wondering if you should be going home. You might get a couple more hours, so because it's been a fantastic feature, and lots of times it will stop rotors from plugging. So I always say sometimes if the DFR stops, it's a good thing. It gives you that opportunity to deal with it up front rather than behind. So
yeah.
So any other questions? Got a quiet crowd.
Means we must have done our job.
There's nothing up top there that's,
Not in the last couple of years, no. Up top? Nothing up top that's changed. Nothing that's changed in the last year or two, no.
Actually, I'll maybe just touch on one thing. At the top of the clean grain elevator, we've had some times where we've had canola leakage. So if you go out and you're going to go start combining canola, combine a little ways and then please get out, have a look, see if there's any canola laying around in this area here. That's a perfect opportunity to, if you see canola, we probably have something we got to deal with at the top of the clean grain elevator. And that could have been, maybe you had a yield sensor changed or that top cover had been taken off. It might be just as simple as a little bit of silicone, and we'll try to prevent as many of those situations as possible and get it fixed before you have a rotor belt issue.
Hey John, talk about that chain there. Like I think on my combine it goes up over top of that. This chain here. Yeah. Is that the right way, like how it is? I've had that debate. So the question is this chain right here and the idler and the orientation of it. Greg, what's your take on this? What do you guys do? Because I have some dealers that take this right away and put it on top. I look at it as this is coming from the factory set that way for a reason. I don't know the exact reason why. I mean, school of thought is that that's incorrect. But
I know on previous combines, like the legacy combines where you had dual chains there, I always struggled if the chain was on top to keep it tight. It was always trying to push that tensioner down because your chain would come off this sprocket, then have to make a big circuit like that. And I always had troubles on those ones keeping it tight in there because there was always that down force on that bolt. So
personally, I think the main reason why they do this is because of the reverser. So you think when it's running normally, it's pulling on the top side, right? Yeah. But when you go to put it into reverse, you're actually going to pull on the bottom side. And if you run it over the top, as soon as you tension that up, it's going to go loose. It's going to push the tensioner off. Yeah. With it like this, it won't do that. That's my thought process as to why they do it. Is because when it's in reverse, you're going to be pulling down here, and it won't loosen off then. And that's usually why on those older machines that had the dual chains in here, that's why we went to a belt with a tensioner here and a tensioner here, so it's tight on both sides. So that when you put it in reverse, because with a belt, if you only put the tensioner on one side, as soon as it goes in reverse, it'll just slip. It won't even loosen; it'll just slip because it'll pull on the wrong side, and the tensioner just goes limp. And then the belt, it'll just spin. So you have to have a tensioner on both sides. That's my thought process as to why they do that here too. Because the reverser is just on this jack shaft just inside here, right? So the reverser pulls through this belt and through that chain.
kind of makes sense.
Nobody's ever really explained it to me, but just standing there looking at it, that's really the only thing that makes sense to me.
this grease nipple here, it says 200 hours.
Take a chisel and a hammer and smoke it off.
If you want, take a pen and mark down your hours when you grease this. And do not do it any time before that. Because that clutch will, if you run around and grease that every 50 hours, you're going to have troubles with it. So,
yeah, you'll pump the clutch full of grease.
So at the most, once a year, that's it. Oh yeah.
That's the other thing. Where's the reverser? It's underneath there, right? Not the easiest thing to get at, You got to get on your hands and knees and crawl underneath and get to it. And at the end of the day, when you come to the corner of the field and you take off for the night, what do you do with your header? And usually you lower it right to the ground, right? Well, it makes it even harder to get in there. So quite often what will happen is you'll be walking around with your grease gun and go, I'll get it next time. I'm too lazy to get down there. Problem is next time is another 50 hours. So a week later, and you come back and go, crap. Do I feel like doing it today? So does it actually get done as often as it needs to? Who knows?
That's another one that could be done daily.
This is what I'm going to tell you, is that there's nothing in there that you can hurt with a grease gun. You can grease that daily. And in fact, I recommend it. Or as often as you can.
There's 3.
There's 2 or 3 in there, actually. Actually, there's 3 on the one collar, and then there's 2 or 3 spots that you got to grease.
They put 3 there, so at least you get 1.
If you can get 1 or 2, yeah, that's all you need. But then there's another spot, there's another one you got to grease under there too. So grease it. Then when you're done greasing your rotor drive, and you're sitting there waiting for that to speed up and slow down, or when you're done doing that, reach over and turn on the reverser. Because when you turn on the reverser, it shifts that collar back and forth on that spline, and it smears all that new grease over that spline and keeps it moving. Because that's where those fail.
And if you're pulling your combines out, check your reverser that shaft is moving. Right?
Do it as soon as you come out of the shed with it. Yeah. Grease the living you-know-what out of it. And move it and run it and back and forth and grease it and run it and move it. And if you get underneath there and it's a big ball of grease and mess, get under there with a hot pressure washer and clean the whole thing out and then start greasing it. Get it all cleaned up and free and moving. Because that's where most of our failures happen there is, okay, so it's a 50-hour grease, right? Well, you're cutting wheat for 2 weeks. Well, I'm not using it. Why should I grease it? That's exactly why you should grease it, because you're not running it and you're not using it, because it's just sitting there with all that grease out, all exposed, and it's getting covered with chaff and straw and whatever else. And then when you get your canola, and what happens? You go to the first field that you swathed, right? And the first field you swathed is usually the worst one because you forgot how to run the swather from the year before, so there's lumps in the opening round, and you need the reverser. Is the reverser going to work when you get there? So that's kind of my story, is you need to grease it more when you're not using it and keep that spline and that collar moving.
Any questions from anywhere? Or I think we're
Okay, thanks guys, appreciate that. So we're gonna take another 60 seconds. We're gonna set up back over here in the middle, and then we're gonna do our final Q&A session. There's only a couple, maybe even one question to go over, and then that'll conclude the New Holland portion. And then we've got a couple of different MacDon things for you. So 60 seconds, we'll be right back. Okay, welcome back everybody. So we've got one question, I guess, from Devin. Will the CR combines in 2022 have the IntelliView 12 monitor?
I will answer that question. No, the CR combines in 2022 will not have the IntelliView 12 monitor. As you noticed when I did the model year 22 updates, there wasn't many updates for model year 22, so stay tuned for model year 23. There will be more updates. One of them at this point is scheduled to be the IntelliView 12 monitor, and I just want to say that it is scheduled to be. We're not having problems with it. We just want to make sure that it's working properly. We don't want to come out with it and have it not work.
Okay, perfect. Questions on IntelliView 12 monitors? Anybody in the audience? No? You're excited, I'm sure, to get them. Okay, so I guess that is it for questions that we have. So if you guys want to roll the MacDon video, you can go ahead.
Your MacDon combine header has an active mechanical float system that allows your header to move independently of the combine and react instantly to changing ground conditions. Proper float settings are essential to ensuring you get the maximum performance out of your header. It is recommended that the float is checked and adjusted at the start of each season and anytime the header does not appear to be following the ground correctly. A header set too heavy may wear out components prematurely and cause poor performance along the cutter bar in wet conditions. A header set too light may skip and leave crop uncut. All options and accessories, such as cross auger or stabilizer wheels, must be installed on the header before setting float. If you add additional kits, you will need to repeat the float setting procedure. To start, ensure that the float locks are disengaged on both sides of the header. If you have a flex draper, lock the wings into rigid mode by moving both wing locking levers to the locked position. The header is in rigid mode when the wing locking mechanisms move into the top slot. If the lock link does not engage, move the wing by raising and lowering the header, either by hand or with the combine. Prior to setting header float, you must also lift the gauge wheels to the top storage position. Park the combine and the header on level ground. Raise the cutter bar 6 to 10 inches above the ground. Level your combine feeder house faceplate. Tilt your header to position B1/2 on the indicator. Move your reel down and above the cutter bar at position 5 on the right hand reel arm. Remove the torque wrench from its storage position. Position the wrench on the float check located at the base of the adapter. Apply smooth, steady pressure on the torque wrench, causing the header to move. Continue pushing down on the torque wrench with the same slow, steady motion until the wrench's indicator reaches a maximum reading and begins to decrease. Note the maximum reading. The proper wrench reading will vary depending on your header and ground conditions. In general terms, float should be lighter in wet conditions and heavier in uneven or hilly conditions. Compare your wrench reading with the table located in your header operator's manual or the quick card. As a starting point for general cutting, we recommend setting the float to 2 on the wrench. Optimal float settings for your header might vary depending upon harvest conditions and your header configuration. If adjustments are required, remove the spring bolt locks and reinstall after adjustments are completed. If the wrench reading is too high, meaning the float is too heavy, then apply more attention to the float springs by turning the float springs clockwise. Turn each spring by the same amount. If the wrench reading is too low, meaning the float is too light, decrease the spring tension by turning the float springs counterclockwise. Now repeat this procedure for the opposite side of the header. When finished, return to the right-hand side of the header to recheck the float reading in case it changed with adjustments to the left-hand side. For 45 and 40-foot double knife headers, adjust your float as described Then loosen off your right-hand side float springs by 2 turns counterclockwise. This compensates for center of gravity changes due to the extra knife drive. Your header is now set to factory recommended float settings. These settings are simply a good starting point. If your header seems to require additional adjustment, then please consult your operator's manual, contact your nearest MacDon dealer, or contact MacDon directly for further assistance. Setting header float must be done prior to adjusting wing balance. Please refer to video 1 in this series for details on how to do this. Your MacDon Flex Draper has a 3-section frame that allows it to flex with changing ground conditions. The cutter bar can also be locked so the header acts as a rigid platform for off-the-ground cutting. Proper wing balance settings are essential to ensuring you get the maximum performance from your flex header. It is recommended that wing balance is checked and adjusted at least once a year at the start of each season. The changeover between flex and rigid mode is done simply by moving the wing lock lever between locked and unlocked. If the lock link does not disengage, move the wing by raising and lowering the header either by hand or with the combine. All options and accessories such as cross auger or stabilizer wheels must be installed on the header before setting flex. If you add additional kits to your header, you will need to repeat the flex setting procedure. Prior to setting wing balance, you must lift the gauge wheels to the top storage position. Park the combine and the header on level ground. Raise the cutter bar 6 to 10 inches above the ground. Level your combine feeder house faceplate. Tilt your header to position B1/2 on the indicator. Move your reel down and above the cutter bar at position 5 on the right hand reel arm. Ensure that the float locks are disengaged on both sides of the header. Remove the black flex linkage covers from either side of the header. Adjust the bell crank parallel to the top link. In this position, the cutter bar, wing, and center section are aligned in a straight line. Hold the bell crank in this position and make sure that the pointer tip is aligned to the middle of the top link. If not, bend the pointer to align. Unlock each wing. Remove the header adjustment torque wrench from its storage position. Place the torque wrench on the bell crank bolt to manually flex the wing. Apply smooth, steady upward pressure on the wrench until the wing indicator moves and the wing flexes. Continue until the bottom edge of the white wing flex indicator lines up with the top edge of the top link. Note the number on the torque wrench indicator. Now, apply smooth, steady downward pressure on the wrench and take another reading when the top edge of the white wing flex indicator aligns with the bottom edge of the top link. Compare your two readings. If the difference between the reading is less than 0.5, then the wing is balanced. However, if the difference is greater than 0.5, then the wing is not in balance. If the wrench gives a higher reading when applying upward pressure, the wing is heavy. If the wrench gives a higher reading when applying downward pressure, the wing is light. If the wing requires balancing, then you will need to adjust the position of the compression linkage arm. To lighten the wing, you will need to move the upper end of the compression linkage arm outboard. To make the wing heavier, you will need to move the upper end of the compression linkage arm inboard or towards the combine feeder house. To adjust the compression linkage arm, first loosen off the jam nut, then loosen the clevis bolt on the bell crank assembly and adjust the long threaded bolt with a 3/4 inch SAE or 19mm metric wrench. It's best to make only 1 to 2 turn adjustments until you achieve a balance. A balanced header wing will have no more than a half unit difference between an upward or downward flex. When balanced, retighten the clevis bolt and reinstall the poly shield. Your header wings are now balanced to the factory recommended settings. If you feel that your header requires further adjustment, then please consult your operator's manual, contact the nearest MacDon dealer, or contact MacDon directly for further assistance. The top tube and float module legs are the hydraulic reservoir. Trans-hydraulic oil is used in the FM100 float module. The system capacity is 85 liters or 22 US gallons. It should be noted older headers use 15W40 motor oil. the reservoir is filled here. There are 2 sight glasses for oil level. For normal terrain, the bottom sight glass should be half full. For hilly terrain, the bottom sight glass should be full and the upper sight glass half full. Check this level when the oil is cold and the cutter bar is on the ground with the center link fully retracted. The knife drive pump is the first pump in the stack. It is a piston pump controlled by a swash plate and a compensator to give maximum performance and protection. Knife speed is checked during the pre-delivery inspection and should be in the range of 630 RPM at the knife drive box pulley for single knife drive headers and 660 RPM for double knife drive headers. Knife reversing is a standard feature. The side drapers are driven by the middle piston pump. The pump has built-in load sensing and overload protection. This allows for more consistent speeds during varying conditions and an up to 60% speed increase from previous models. The side draper speed is adjustable with a manual valve on the manifold or an optional in-cab draper speed control kit. A smooth, steady flow of crop from the side drapers that merges evenly onto the center draper produces a heads first or herringbone swath into the combine. This provides a more consistent delivery to the combine for optimal threshing. Experiment with varying draper speeds to get optimal performance. The final pump in the stack is a gear pump which drives the feed draper. All hydraulic circuits have their own pump and are filtered before the tank. This means no cross-contamination between circuits if a failure occurs. It is critical to change this filter at the recommended service intervals. If the filter plugs, the oil will bypass, allowing unfiltered dirty oil to spread throughout the system. An upper cross auger can be beneficial in conveying the crop along the side drapers in light bushy crops like canola or peas. If the header is equipped with an upper cross auger, there is a shutoff valve for engaging and disengaging the upper cross auger. The speed of the upper cross auger is controlled with the side draper speed.
Everybody joining us either at the branches or at home or here again in Camrose, so appreciate that. We do have the early bird prizes to give away. The first one is our Milwaukee blower, which I thought we had here, but we don't at this point. The blower is going to Brandon from Elkwood Farms, okay? So we'll be getting in touch with you via email, the email that you provided on your registration. Second one is a red seal, and that's Daniel Stahl. So we'll get in touch with you through email as well here in the next few days. So again, thank you everybody for joining us, and we hope to see everybody at all the branches here in the next little while. Appreciate it. Thank you.